area. I'm out here in the Midtown. It's nice. There's a lot of gentrification going on down here. You dig? A lot of gentrification. A lot of folks like that Hidden Colors 5 trailer. A lot of people like that. A lot of people love that Hidden Colors 5 trailer. That trailer was off the chain. A lot of people, and look, that's just a little smidgen of what's going on in the movie. The movie is deep. That's just a little taste of what's happening in the movie. Shout out to your single. All right. You dig? Well, let me see. We got Prime Time B. Well, you got to get up out of here, bro. We got to get you out the paint. Because I do not play games with niggas trolling. See, when we talking about doing some real shit, niggas want to start playing and trolling. So we're talking about business and doing real things. Because it's too late in the day for little goofy niggas out here. So you're going to have to go. But a lot of stuff I want to talk about. I want to touch on something. Earlier today on Twitter, there's this black feminist named Lovey. Now, Lovey made a little slick comment about Tevin Campbell because, Aretha Franklin died. And Aretha Franklin worked with Tevin Campbell. And this Lovey chick, who's a Negro stud bedwench, she fucks with white women. She's one of those black feminist shea butter, anti-black male, that real, she's with that whole fraudinista Jamila Lemieux crowd, okay? She's with that whole little crowd. So just to give you an idea of who she is. And what did she say? Let me be very precise on what she said and why, Black Twitter was getting on it today. They got on her case because she said, where is it? What did she say? She said, Tevin Campbell is trending. Well, hold on. Someone suggested Tevin Campbell sing at Aretha's tribute. Under what rock did they pull that name from? So they were kind of clowning her for shitting on Tevin Campbell. Even though people, we joke about Tevin Campbell, we do it in a certain way that is still love. Yeah, she's a real funny looking chick, a little skinny chick with a real big head. She's a real funny looking girl. And she's kind of a troll. The white supremacists love her. She writes for those different publications. She's one of them shea butters. She's one of them shea butters. Gooch, what's up, Gooch the Great? Where's Gladys Knight? Shout out to Yomo Hankerson. We were at Jay's Kitchen. We we're featuring my man Jay's Kitchen. The food is great up there. People loved it. Shout out to Yomo Hankerson. Build it, and then you force circumcisions on the women. We don't do that, but we're the degenerate ones, and you copy our aesthetic. And now you can't even be quiet. You're like a woman.
You guys
come on, you're like a girl. Actually, you're like a girl. You're like a hood rat. You can't even be quiet. Okay, you don't have nothing to teach here. You have everything to learn here. We told you what it is.
All right. Let me just bring it back. Okay. And shout out to Average. Thank you, Average.
Okay, before you drop him, sorry, can I ask you a question, brother?
Yes.
Thank you. So, okay, you went on a long rant respectfully, okay, which you had the right to do so. But my question is, where do you think where do you think the human race descended from? Okay, since you're claiming that I descended from you, but not the other way around, because like where the human originated is modern day Somalia and Ethiopia, the highlands. Okay, that's at least what the science says. What they call science said. If you believe in science, okay, since you claim you're educated in this and
Okay.
all of that. Okay.
Now hold.
So my question
Wait.
is that.
Wait.
So answer that.
Slow down. Okay. Now, if we're going to get into science, let's get into science. Um, we keep talking about, and you keep saying Native American, the Native American, Native American. You know, the oldest fossils found in the Americas. You know what that is?
No, go ahead. Tell me.
Lucia woman. That's the oldest human fossils found here in the Americas. I think 13.
And what ethnically? What is she? Modern day ethnically.
No. Because we're talking about Native Americans, right?
Oh, okay.
All right, let's
Proceed.
go. This is going to that. Lucia woman is the fossils they found that this woman was here 13,000 years ago. They did a reconstruction of what she looked like. Guess what she looked like?
Shared African phenotype.
Black ass woman. A black
With the thing.
woman with
Come.
woolly hair, the whole big lips, big nose, high cheekbones. Lucia woman, straight up and down black.
Here's what makes the distinction from let's say Southeast Asian like the Filipinos with the big nostrils, just like with the West Africans. Then the actual, you know what I'm trying to say. So is the hair is what distincts. I mean, make the distinction between Asians that have the similar phenotype than the actual African that have both the phenotype, the melanin, and the kinky hair. Wouldn't you agree?
You know, you keep bringing up African. I'm talking about what an indigenous American looked like. It was a black woman, big lips, and an afro. That's what the.
Okay.
This is what's we're talking science. I want you to Google
Yeah.
Lucia woman, or just Google what's the oldest human fossils found in the Americas. It'll come right up. Lucia woman. Great.
But Tariq, my okay, go on. Go on.
So that's to say that the original inhabitants of North America, they were also phenotypically black people. They were black Aboriginal people here. It's supported by science. This is supported by DNA. This is supported by firsthand accounts of all of the European explorers. They said this. This is supported by scientists, white scientists like Konstantin Raffinest, people like Leo Werner, um, von Wutenow. A lot of white people have been very.
Okay.
There were black
So
in North America. Let's get that straight.
so
I
so
said this.
So, if you don't mind if I can start a question in there before you proceed.
Go ahead.
So, are you the modern African American? Okay, since you mentioned her, are you saying that you descended from those people, which are which you were saying that the Native American and they had the African phenotype, right? Which is the modern day African American. Then let's say when I say you guys descended from West Africa, because that girl, I'm assuming, and I know that might have not make sense, but I'm just trying to, English might not my first language, so be patient with me. So, so, so the more what distinct her from make the distinction, what they call between the African, actual West
And
African, and that you just named is the hair. Is what I'm trying to say. And you guys' hair is not like the Native American, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. And that's why I say when I say you guys can't lay a claim to the Native American because the hair doesn't allow you guys
yes,
respectfully.
sir,
If you're speaking,
sir,
visual.
not sir. You had people over here with straight up and down afros, sir. You had some of the red natives with
That's from intermingling with the Europeans
no,
and the South Americans.
no, sir. That's not true. So
It is to a
even in
certain
East Africa, you have your homeland Somalia. You have people over there with thin curly hair. You have people over there with afros.
yeah, but we're not like it's not like the situation is not like North America though, like right
Oh, sir.
that's the ancient world. That was that was the world before they found the new
Oh
world.
no, sir. When the Ethiopians were fighting the British over there in East Africa, when they were fighting the British and the Italians in the late 1800s, there was a group called the Fuzzy Wuzzies. You heard about them?
No, we beefed the Ethiopians, so I don't know
Uh,
that.
They were called the Fuzzy Wuzzies because they grew their hair into these giant afros.
No. Those are the Somali. Ethiopia are not known for rocking afros. They're known for like the dreads and all that stuff. They let their hair go. They don't take care of it.
Sir, good. Just Google fuzzy wuzzies. Damn, every time I say something, you go, oh, that didn't happen. Just look it up.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying the modern Ethiopia, half of it belongs to Somalia. So maybe those are the Somali people. You never know. Because Afro, the Somalis popularized Afro in that region.
Sir, the fuzzy wuzzies were Ethiopians, sir. Y'all can Google
Okay,
the fuzzy wuzzies. They called them the fuzzy wuzzies.
okay, proceed. Trying to make
Right?
a point, I think.
I'm just saying they were over there in well, you know what? They were over there in the Sudan. They were over there in Ethiopia. They were over there in Eritrea. They were with some of those different tribes over there. So those tribes were just kind of um, in that area. But yeah, they had these big ass afros that they grew, sir, and
Mhm.
they were very skilled. They got into guerrilla warfare.
Sure.
All right, so just saying the different places, they have different hair structures. Like even black people here, all of our hair ain't the damn same. All right, you got black people with rough, coarse hair. You got black people with more soft, curly hair. Our hair textures vary in foundational Black American culture. So, and also another,
But
you got this thing
yeah,
wanting us to really, really claim Africa. Now let's be real. Let's talk Turkey. What do foundational Black Americans owe Africa?
what do they own or
Oh,
owe?
what do we owe
Oh,
Africa to claim Africa? What do we owe Africa?
because from their perspective, they feel like basically you guys are them basically if I'm looking at it from their lenses basically like you guys are them, and then things turn out the way they turn out, but they I feel like they want you guys to actually tap in with the actual African culture, the true African culture,
What is
when
that?
which is the land, right? Since you guys are into nature, the land, the food, the what they call the wildlife,
They,
right?
wait, okay,
Like
wait. Whoa. If they wanted us to tap
go on,
in with the land,
go on.
why don't we get dual citizenship without any red tape?
Because every African nation operates differently, and some of them are still suffering just because they're free in paper. Some of them are still financially occupied. Some of them are militarily occupied. Some because every African nation got
But they don't have
political.
control of the land, so they don't have a culture of land. So that X'd out what you just said about land. Now, what else?
No, the land is still there,
No,
but the circumstance
they
is
don't
not
have
right.
control over it. They don't. You just said it. They don't have control over the land. So there it is, right?
Certain,
So what?
certain, not all. No, but proceed.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I'm getting kind of bored. Thank you guys. I got bored. That's okay. Oh Lord, I just got bored. I'm not going. This guy just debunking this guy. Then he, good Lord, you sometimes just get tired of debunking some damn body. The land, the culture is the land. Okay, how can we get suited? How come we can't get citizenship or dual citizenship? Well, they don't own the land; it's occupied. Okay, well, damn it, that just contradicted everything you said. Okay, all right. Oh goodness, family. This thing where they are desperate to Africanize us. This is what I'm saying. And this is why, this is the great thing. You know why? Because this shows that the foundational Black American delineation is working because people like this are panicking because we are letting them hold their own nuts. You have to fight for yourself. You don't have us being the guard dogs. See, they want us to have this camaraderie with Africa so that we will fight for the little rights that they have. He's over here in North America because of what we fought for. I want y'all to get this straight. They always want to Africanize us so that we can fight for any little right that they get. Anything they get popping, it came from us. Where am I lying? You tell me where I'm lying. Anything you get popping over there, that then came from us somehow. Y'all get to come over here based on the policies that we fought for, based on the infrastructure that we fought for. based on the laws that we fought for all across the board. Now that we're saying, hey, you know what, y'all sending too many Myron Gaines over here. So you know what? Y'all just do you. Oh no, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. We're all the same, nigga. We're all the same. Well, not like us. You like the West Africans. Because I'm really a wannabe Arab. You see? You can still feel the contempt with what he's saying. Notice he's like, well, you guys are like the West Africans. Because we need you, but we don't even really want to claim you like that. But we need you to claim Africa so we can proxy off of that. You see? Because those dudes, a lot of those cats will want to be Arabs, dude. A lot of them cats will want to be Arabs. So what they want us to do is to claim some kind of, he's trying to make us Bantu. They always trying to make us some tribe that we ain't got to do with. You got the same phenotype. Because he can't say we have the same phenotype as Somalians. So he know he can't say that. You know you can't go there. You know good and well we don't have no Jimmy Neutron ass head. He can't say that. So he keeps trying to tie us into the West African phenotype, so that at least we can sit here and claim the continent, and then he can ride on that boat. And we're saying no. That's why I asked, why are you so desperate for us to claim this stuff? I just want you to come over and enjoy Africa. You ain't even over there. But I'm going back. I go back. God damn it. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear another Prince of Zamunda story. I just don't want to hear it. I'm so sick of hearing that they go back and forth to tend to their herd of elephants and their palace, and they got to go tend to the diamond mines. I don't want to hear none of that Prince of Zamunda shit. I don't want to hear it. If you had all of that gold in them diamond mines and all that, you wouldn't be driving Uber in Canada. You just wouldn't.
From New York Times best-selling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, Tariq Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at officialfba.com. Get your copy today.
Right. So I agree with, your message about delineation, right? I think that's important.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's important. The only thing I don't honestly agree with is the separation that you push. And why is it only other Blacks that you refer to as tethers, right? Because I would think that in a way, we all need each other, right? I support reparations for foundational Black Americans. I love foundational Black Americans. I'm not one. My children are. You know what I mean? So I just
Now, where you from? What's your lineage
I'm
here?
from
Where you from?
I'm from Jamaica. I was originally born in Jamaica,
Got
but I grew up here.
it.
I serve this country. I love this country. I love Black Americans. You know what I mean? I look at y'all as my brothers and sisters. I don't see myself apart from you all, and whatever struggle that you guys have, I'd be there to support that. You know what I mean? And that's how I feel
Mhm.
about it. So my question is like, why do you push that sort of division? And also, why is it only other Black immigrants that you have an issue for? Because see, listen, they don't turn away the Cubans. They don't turn away the people that come from other places. And it's more of those types of immigrants that are here in America that is taken away from your benefits than it is. They don't hardly like they turn all the Haitians away. I know you know all this, Tariq. So that's my question.
Now, what issue do I have with the Caribbeans and the Africans? What issue do you think I have with them?
I mean, I don't know. What I'm saying is, why are you
Well, you
targeting?
said it, man.
Why are you targeting other
Right.
Black groups when there are other immigrants that come to this country besides Black people? It seems as though
Targeting them
it's
how?
calling us tethers and focusing your talking points around just other people that actually look like you that just happen to not have been born here? That's my question.
Right,
Right. So where's that
right.
same
Let-
energy for the other racial groups of people that come to the United States of America and get pushed up in front of everybody? Okay? What about
do you
those
want me
people?
to answer, dear?
Yes, I do.
Do you want an answer?
Please.
You already know the answer. You know the answer. You already know the answer. The tethers are a people who do certain things. It's not just because you're an immigrant. We don't call people tethers just because they're immigrants. We call them tethers based on the actions they take against us. When you pop up looking like us, and then all of a sudden you get elevated to a certain position and start talking about, hey, guess what, guys? We don't need no reparations. We need to stop begging these white people. And then we're looking around like, who is this nigga? Where did he come from? And then all of a sudden we find out you're Caribbean. That means you're a tether and you're a problem. We don't need people like that misrepresenting us, do we,
I've
ma'am?
heard, no, I'm here. I've heard I don't know necessarily that it's people from the Caribbean saying that. I've heard a lot of
Yeah, it
FBA
is.
people say that. I've heard your own people having that argument. But still
Who?
I will
Who
many,
on
many.
on a major? No, no, no. Who did you hear on a major level, on a major platform saying that? Because I'm not talking about just some goofy coons in little Twitter spaces. You get some people who are elevated to significant positions to talk about what we shouldn't get, and these people aren't even qualified to get reparations. And yes, that's a tether move because we couldn't do that in Jamaica. I couldn't go to Jamaica and start telling Jamaicans what y'all can't get. They would stone me to death.
Well, I don't
So,
agree with that. For people that are not that should have a voice for Foundation of Black Americans, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. So if that is the case, then it should be dealt with, and you guys have every right to stand on that platform and speak about it and push back
right.
against that. My only issue is that everybody's getting lumped in, and you know what I'm saying. I
No, you're
feel
not. No,
that's how I
no,
feel.
you're not. No, everybody's not getting lumped in. This is why we designate some of our non FBA riders from the tethers. We're making a distinction. Everybody who's an immigrant is not a tether. This is why we're saying that nigga over there who's talking about we shouldn't get this or that and they're not even qualified, that's a tether and he's a problem. If you are a non FBA person and you ride with us, we ride with you. But there is a tether class that we cannot let undermine us. And we've been telling you guys for decades, why don't y'all deal with y'all coon class? Because see, we deal with our coons over here. We let people know who the coons are here. Our FBA coons like a Jesse Lee Peterson or a Larry Elder, we warn y'all before they even come in the room. We say, hey, look, there's a couple of goofy niggas. They about to come in talking crazy. Don't even trip. They're coons. None of us take them seriously. Y'all don't let us know who your tethers and coons are. You don't let us know who's going to come among us trying to undermine our movements. So we have to find out for ourselves. And when we start slashing and dashing, there might be some shrapnel getting hit on certain people. But that means y'all need to be letting us know who the Sambos are within your ranks so that we don't have to deal with them, because it gets ugly when we deal with them, because we're dealing with them now. We're not letting nobody come among us with that goofy ass shit no more, undermining everything we do. We're looking at everybody's paperwork and we're starting to see a lot of goofy stuff that's going down. Their paperwork is funny and don't nobody know where these folks are from. And then when we start looking into their background, we find out they're not even part of our lineage. And that's a significant thing when it comes to us trying to build something. You understand?
I understand everything that you're saying. All I'm going to say is have the same energy for other racial groups as well. Don't just target other black.
Oh, we do.
That's it. That's all.
We're not targeting anybody. No, thank you, dear. Thank you. Okay, you're just saying the same thing. We're not targeting anybody. We're not targeting anybody. We're just getting some straightening. Nobody's being quote unquote targeted. Let's be very real, because y'all get on that. Y'all targeting us. Let me be real. Let me be real. Foundational Black Americans don't be thinking about y'all. Let's stop with that. We targeting you. The look, Foundational Black America. We don't sit around thinking about you. We really don't. We don't think about you. We're not sitting around talking about what some Haitians are doing. We're not sitting around talking about, damn, I wonder what them Jamaicans are doing. We don't. We really don't. But we don't want to start getting into political circles trying to handle business and getting stuff for our group. Then all of a sudden somebody runs up and they're sitting in our mix pretending to be us. And then the minute we start talking about getting some tangibles for us, they go and do something goofy to sabotage it. And then we're looking around like, who is this? This your man? Whose man is this? Who is this person? And don't nobody know who they are. And then we find out it's a damn tether. That's a problem. And we keep seeing that over and over again. Let me get my sister Cece, Miss Connie, in here. How are you, dear?
Hey, Tariq, how are you?
I'm good, dear. What's on your mind?
Um, in response to the lady that just spoke, she irked me so badly. One, I just want to say if she's still in the space, we have smoke for everyone, anyone that disrespects us. The problem with melanated immigrants is they cloak themselves in our identity. And like Tariq said,
Right.
right, they start saying we. We're not the same ethnicity. A Japanese can't speak for a Chinese person. A Jamaican should not speak for a Black American. And further to the point, the melanated immigrants are a lot more dangerous because they're like Trojan horses. They come in, they smile in our faces, they hide their identities until, like Tariq said, they get on top. They start participating in white mediocrity, white supremacy, locking us out, only hiring their own, getting on television saying,
Yeah.
huh?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then one last couple of things. They get on television saying, when I win office, I'm getting rid of Black History Month. What?
Right.
Right, crazy things. Then they straddle the ethnic fence. One minute they're us, they get with the white man, and they're like, "Oh, I am Jamaican. I'm better than them. We work harder." And the Africans, like they all do that. So that woman, I think, like you said, she knows what the deal is. These people just get butt hurt. And my last thing is, go call out your people. Stop running up on our stages. You hold a space and talk to your people about their bad deeds. Thanks, Tariq.
There you go. Yeah, yeah, that's another thing. Y'all always the y'all come among us talking about, oh, don't why are you so mean and you be targeting us? Nobody's targeting you, but y'all the tethers be all up in clubhouse spaces talking greasy about us all the time. Y'all get in these Twitter spaces, get in these little rooms talking real greasy about us all the time. And nobody ever says nothing. Y'all never go into those rooms and say, "Hey, we need to stop talking about these FBAs. We need to chill out." Y'all don't do that. So yeah, we're getting some straightening because it's extremely disrespectful for any type of greasy talk coming from these people. It's very disrespectful, especially when it was foundational Black Americans, and I keep reiterating this point, that helped get you up out of whatever third world you came from. Y'all sit up and act like y'all got over here because of white folks saw your hard work ethic. You understand? And let's be clear, all of these other different groups of people, they were able to come here because foundational Black Americans was stomping the yard to help them get over here, to get some of those laws. Every law that allows you to come over here, foundational Black Americans had to stomp the yard for that law. From top to bottom, going back to the 1800s. I'm talking about from the 14th Amendment to the immigration law in the early 1900s to the civil rights laws and the immigration laws in the late 60s. That's been us at the forefront of that. Not only that, hell, even some of your independence movements over in Africa in particular, that was us stomping the yard for that too. We were lighting the spark. We were helping to put in work. Over in Ethiopia, it was foundational Black Americans going over there to help out. And certain other independence movements. And with South Africa, foundational Black Americans were at the forefront of making noise about that, ending apartheid. We were stomping the yard heavy for a lot of people.
So we just don't want any disrespect. We help out so many people, then they come over and start disrespecting. Who's this person? Who is Mimi? Oh, who's this Mimi person? You're making a lot of hand gestures, Mimi. Is this some trolling you're gonna do? Because I don't think you can disagree with what I'm saying, Mimi. Hop on, Mimi.
I'm right here, but what do you went out of the United States of America. I'm not
We what?
stingy. I don't think we're stingy as Americans. But you talked about all the other continents. It's like you're no different than Biden. Do you want to send Ukraine some money?
What are you talking
I
about, ma'am?
mean,
Are
because
you
that's what you
on
just
fentanyl?
did, brother man.
What do you? Okay, first, ma'am, get your thoughts together
Well,
and
let
lay
me
off
ask
the
you something.
fentanyl. Because hold on, no, Gladys, get your thoughts
You
together.
gonna call me
Because you
Gladys? I'm gonna call you Stevie Wonder.
okay, that don't make any sense, Gladys. Now let's get your thoughts together. Now, what are you
At
talking about?
least
Let's
Gladys
start from
had
the
the
beginning.
pimps. Stevie Wonder was out there,
Bert.
not even blind.
Okay, Bertrice. It's too early to be
Well,
drinking.
we're not going to
Now
do
let's
that.
start
We're not
over.
going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how Stevie Wonder was able to get all those hits and that motherfucker not blind. You don't want to talk about the FBA now.
Ma'am, can your grandkids come and
Don't
get
call
your
me me.
bottles
I'm
from
me
you?
me. That's
It's
my handle. I call you Tyreek. You
Ma'am, I
in your little
respect my
beaded
elders.
jacket. Let me find out that you're not even a
Ma'am,
U.S. citizen. If I don't have the time
ma'am,
to do it, because
Bert,
I know you got your. I know I see you. You big, but yeah.
ma'am,
Well,
Bertrice, you're way too old to be using fentanyl. Who gave you some of that stepped on ass dope? Whoever your drug dealer is,
listen. Let me tell you something. My social
ma'am, you got some leftover LSD from the '60s, ma'am. How did you keep that LSD and keep it that potent for so long? You on old dope. You on angel dust. You on dope that they ain't even got no more. You
You
got a
so
quaalude
obedient.
over
Where you
there,
get that curly hair from? With your,
ma'am. Where did you get the
you
old
know
dope
what,
from,
Tyreek? I just noticed like crackhead.
ma'am? You on speed. What kind of old ass dope are you on, ma'am? You're not even on recent dope.
I
Damn,
just noticed
Gladys.
like crackhead children that got pretty hair.
Oh, okay, God, somebody get y'all grandmothers. Y'all get your grandmother. I had to let her go. Lord, what was she talking about? It's too early in the day to be that high. All right. Somebody get that granny off the pipe. Take granny to rehab or take her to a good church. All right. Lord, granny had a relapse. Oh, yeah. And she's the kind of person who be up in church giving testimonies. Back in the day, I was with a whole bunch of men's. I was on all of the doobies and the narcotics until I found Jesus.
Of Africa. I don't want to tell you my exact lineage, but on the continent of Africa.
It's not necessary. What were they doing?
Let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
Yep, let's talk
of the
about
FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me the leader of some there's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No,
Right?
you can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know. I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks of the word African American. So, do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word, technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes,
Then why do everybody else use it?
because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't them?
Sir, let's talk about your African lineage, because you are African.
Everybody's African.
No, don't try to play the out of Africa trick with me, sir. You are an African American.
Everybody has African DNA.
Yours is more recent than everyone, right?
No,
Yes.
nobody in my family has been in Africa for centuries. It's not recent, sir.
Well, on the grand scale of the world, it is recent.
No,
400 years is recent on the grand scheme of humankind.
no, because there was an ethnogenesis. So everybody came from Africa at one point. You don't call Jamaicans Afro or African Jamaicans. They're just Jamaicans, and they've been here around the same time as us. Why don't you call them African Jamaicans?
Well, they don't deny their African roots.
Then why don't you call them? I don't deny it either. I just said I have African roots like everybody on the planet. So why don't you call them African Jamaicans? Why are you trying to Africanize me, sir?
Well, I can understand where you're going with that. I get that. Yes, I understand. I personally don't try to call Black Americans African, but a lot of your FBA buddies are thinking that they're the Indians, which is not true. They're Africans that had an amalgamation in the United States.
Well, the thing is, there were black aboriginals here, which has been scientifically proven historically.
No.
You know, so
Sir, I looked up Lucia Woman. They said that they already made the reconstruction of it. At first, they believed she had Negro features, and then the second time they had to relook at it and said that no, it wasn't Negro features. In fact, she had the Red Indian features. So that's falling flat, sir.
no, it hasn't. They've not reclassified the features. You
No,
don't make a
look it up, sir.
no, so no. You cannot reconstruct something and say, oops, we made a mistake. No, they did make a mistake. Lucia Woman has the phenotype of Negroes. And there's other books and other documents showing that the Aboriginal people here had the same phenotype. Go check out Von Woutenau's book, Unexpected Faces in Early America. They have dozens and dozens of artifacts of ancient Aboriginal people who were here for thousands of years who look like Gucci Mane. So this is a scientific fact. You have other scholars and scientists for good game, as we always do. Let me give some shout outs to some of the regulars in here. We got Brother Akeem. We got First Them News, Nikki the God. We got Brother McCall. We got Yapper. We got Hip Hop Purist, Grinds TV, Brother Corey, Miss Trinity, The Black Receipt, Sexy D, Highland, Lil O Me, Sweets, just so many people in here. Shout out to everybody in here. Glad to have y'all in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, waiting on the room to pile up. Y'all give me a nice retweet. Let everybody know that we're live right now, ladies and gentlemen. And before we get started, today's broadcast is brought to you by the Hidden History Museum, the lovely museum out here in Los Angeles, where you can come visit during the week. We're going to have some events coming up, hopefully next month. I've just been so busy with other stuff, so I keep people posted on that. But everybody, make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. It's a very important institution. And you can do that at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Hiddenhistorymuseum.com. It is a phenomenal venue for the community. What's up, Sister Wani Spots? Y'all give Wani a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give her a virtual round of applause. Shout out to Sister Wani. And speaking of education institutions, family, there's something on TikTok. There were some sisters going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. So a lot of people are feeling a certain way about it, but the hashtag and the hashtag grew, so it became a thing. Created a hashtag called Hillman Talk, and they give real classes on TikTok. They give certain information from the curriculums that they teach in these universities on TikTok. So a lot of people are really feeling that. So it was kind of a thing. A lot of folks were tuning into the hashtag, and the hashtag grew, so it became a thing. Now,
hey, peace. So I'm gonna be interacting. I'm just playing a few clips as filler-ins, but they're on topic. We're gonna talk about the Africanization of FBA. So we're gonna go. We ain't doing these clips all day. I got about a few more minutes of this, and then we're gonna get into it. So Beat Active is doing this old black thing. Be Active, the phone number. Just ask for it, brother. You can come on here and explain your babble. I don't discriminate.
now there's some controversy because there's a white woman who tried to trademark the name Hillman Talk. The white woman tried to grab that. So a lot of people are feeling a certain way about it. But family, this is why black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. People always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because see, when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creators and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that, because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. We've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. And also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the Black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because we do stuff, and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No, let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about that Tariq had trademarked Foundational Black American, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right. Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark.
Exactly. Didn't I say they try to shame us out of government assistance? These white folks have been collecting government assistance their entire existence in America, as we know America to be. We've been locked out of it our entire existence of America. Finally, they opened the floodgates where we can have access to it, along with the incoming immigrants after the 1965 Immigration Act. And all of a sudden, everybody is shaming us exclusively for benefiting from government assistance while everybody else still benefits from it. Okay. So they made us the face of it when we were not collecting it. They called us the welfare queen. At that time, it was white women collecting from it, not even us. So no, he's right. They try to shame us out of our glory, shaming us from getting to our glory. It's not gonna work. Oh, and they come on here. He trademarked FBA. It's like, so you don't want us to be in position of power ever, do you? Borrowing the position of white supremacy. I can't say the word for shit. Systemic racism. Let's continue. Yeah, but they try to shame us out of ownership, out of power, empowerment. That's all they do. Enemies to us. You will know your enemy because they're gonna try to shame you out of your glory or shame you out of your road on your road to glory. And it's always a shaming tactic. It's always a shaming tactic. Always shaming us. Like they're our parents. Meanwhile, they glory in all of it.
FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. Hell, that goes all the way back to Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest. Remember, it's a black man who created the Jack Daniels whiskey. And Jack Daniels was like, hey, that's a great little thing you got there. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get that off your hands. I'm going to run down here to the trademark office. Now, this dude has a multi-billion-dollar business off this black man who created this thing. This happens all the time.
They get us to sell BET. Not saying they were tricked, but I'm just saying like that they'll offer us some money from things we own, eminent domain. They'll just flat out take it, or they'll shame us out. They'll shame us out of it. But the end goal has always been the same: no assistance, no home ownership, no wealth, no education, and no protected constitutional rights. Those are the 5 main musts of systemic white or systemic racism.
Time. We do things, our music contributions, a lot of stuff, a lot of our cultural inventions. That's why I like to um, utilize a lot of names and things that have cultural relevance. When we do the R&B group Mink Slide, there's a cultural relevance to that. There was a community in Memphis, Tennessee, years ago that had a race riot, and they were beating the white supremacists off of them in the area. It was a black area called Mink Slide. It was a real area that was populated by black folks in Tennessee. That's where I got the name. And I wanted to pay homage to them because they stood up for themselves against the Klan and the white supremacists. Just like with our good brother Charlie Wilson, one of my favorite singers, they named this group the Gap Band. That's after the Tulsa race riot, Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, because they're from Tulsa. And they named Gap, the GAP stands for Greenwood, Archer, and Pine. That was the Black Wall Street area, you see. But historically, family, a lot of people, they tried to co-opt our culture. We create something and people just go and run and trademark it. People from the dominant society. Y'all remember a couple of years ago, Walmart tried to trademark Juneteenth. Y'all remember that? That was 2022. Y'all look that up. And I think they let it go because there was a backlash behind it. But yeah, Walmart tried to trademark Juneteenth. You see what I'm saying? This happens a lot, family. They did that. There's a whole bunch of white people who co-opted and trademarked different versions of Black Lives Matter. There's a bunch of Black Lives Matter trademarks by white companies. Bunch of white companies on that. Hell, even the term African American, it's about 2,000 trademarks for the term African American. Is mostly owned by white and Asian companies.
And these are the same people who want to have us in a position of no power, even with like the dare to have a record label, right? Oh, well, like a Diddy or give me somebody else, give me somebody else, like a Russell Simmons. Oh man, you got their masters, you got their publishing. They'll shame you out of your ownership. It's like, do you know this is the rights of a producer? The musician has a right to their master, 50% of their masters, and the producer has a right to the other 50%. The publishing, same way. Okay, so now the producer can negotiate with the artist to get more of a percentage of the masters or publishing deal, but the artist can say no. You don't have to say yes. Sometimes the producer can say, "Hey, I'll offer you more, or you could have 100% of your masters. Just give me 100% of your publishing, or vice versa." These are just deals that you can say no to. The producer can give you a flat out rate for your masters. So here, take all this money, take $1 million, or here, take this lump sum for your publishing. The artist can say yes or no. But the history of record label and contracts, white people have been doing this for eternity. But when Diddy and guys like that come back and do it, come afterwards and do it, all of a sudden we are the worst businessmen. It's always us. Diddy is the worst businessman. You got what's the guy name? What's the guy name that managed Mike Tyson promoter? I want to say Al Sharpton. Don King. Why is Don King named the worst promoter of all time? They're always black. When you had Bob Arum at the same time, so at that time you had Don King and Bob Arum running boxing. Why is if Don King is so bad? By the way, he's still in boxing. Don King is he still got boxers. Why is Don King just called the worst at a particular moment in time? Okay, go outside. Why is Don King just called? If he's bad, he's bad. Just gonna follow him, right? Go outside. If he's bad, right? Is it his bad practice going to follow him throughout boxing? Okay, put it down. Put it down. Leave it. Yeah, if you are bad, your bad practices follow you. Okay, so Don King is just bad at one point in time in boxing. But why is Bob Arum still in boxing and he's still called bad? Floyd left him, said he was horrible. Terence Crawford left him. Mikey Garcia, was that he sued him? Was that? Yeah, Mikey Garcia sued him. So many people left Bob Arum, say he was horrible, but still now, still in the 2000s. But Don King is called the worst ever. But again, y'all fall for it. Y'all run after it because of self-hatred. We just mimic these hate chants of FBAs. Like we're just bad, same practices, if not more fair. Diddy gave way more fair contracts than a lot of record producers. But Diddy's the worst. And y'all fall for it.
That's real strange that so many Asian companies.
Peace Q Living and Borrowed Time, Lord Maul. Yeah. Like these guys get a bad rap. Like it's just black winning men. Black winning I can't talk. Black men and women are just the worst in business. Like again, this is a shaming tactic to get people to not do business with us or to discourage us for pursuing these fields, these opportunities to be owners. So they shame us out of it. It's terrible. Meanwhile, white folks do the worst deals imaginable. The 360 deal, all this stuff, white folks.
Companies want the name African American. You see? Also, a lot of dances we create. There was a controversy some years ago. Y'all remember the Millie Rock dance? You know, that was a dance we created, and we create new dances every few months. But yeah, the Millie Rock dance. Where did the Millie Rock come from? Was that a New York? Did it start in New York? Where did the Millie Rock? I forgot where it started, but yeah, the Millie Rock dance. That name and the dance got trademarked by Fortnite. There was a controversy behind that. The company Fortnite, Millie Rock dance. Where did the Millie Rock come from? Was that a New York? Did it start in New York? Where did the Millie Rock? I forgot where it started, but yeah, the Millie Rock dance. That name and the dance got trademarked by Fortnite. There was a controversy behind that. The company Fortnite, they trademarked that Millie Rock and the dance and put it in their games. And there were a lot of people trying to trademark Gullah Geechee. There's a lot of white people trying to do that too. So this is the thing, man. People will take your trademark and they will take your likeness. So you better have your paperwork together. Shout out to our good brother Ti and Tiny. Remember, they just won a big lawsuit because a huge company, MGA Entertainment, took the likenesses of the OMG girls. You know, that's their daughter's group, and they won a huge settlement because yeah, this company just said, hey, okay, well, we like that look. We're gonna steal it and trademark it and put it in our joint and act like nothing happened. And no, the Ti and Tiny was like, no, y'all gonna have to break bread, and they won. Yeah. There was a dude recently on TikTok. Speaking of TikTok, it was a trans dude or woman, whatever you want to call him. I don't know. But he came up with this catchphrase, that demure thing, the demure phrase. So he started saying the term demure, and that kind of took off. And then a white dude from DC trademarked it, I think, a white dude in his company, and they're going back and forth with that. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man.
Right.
We have to value the stuff that we come up
We
with.
ain't gonna let tethers, white supremacists, or any other troll try to shame us out of our business.
Because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, black folks, particularly foundational black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, black family.
Yo, the chat.
Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always, always, always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very important. Just like I said the other night, I was talking about the Ghanaian guy sitting up here online doing online classes teaching people how to cosplay as us, doing classes on how to use foundational Black American vernacular and use slang terms like us. These people secretly teach each other this stuff. You understand? So some real heavy things out here. But let me get a couple of calls in here real quick. Let me get some calls. Let's get Ray.
All right. So that was pretty funny. Oh boy, he said reciting information won't save you from ICE. Okay. Okay, so now we can go here.
I'm saying I don't have a problem with people with the foundational Black America. I get why he's doing that. There's nothing wrong with being about your foundation. We need to be respected because it's never been respected.
Facts.
And black people, there's
Absolutely.
black people that have been here that weren't slaves, that were just here. You got black Indians. I get the whole thing. It's not like I don't get it. I've read enough where I understand black people, I like that they are being hardcore about it. But then when you're shitting on the other black folks, that's when I have a problem with, because I'm like this. I can be over here
I got you.
and have.
Okay, so he clearly has an issue with the term delineation, disaggregation. He clearly has an issue with that, okay, by that response, because it shouldn't be a problem. And I don't even think when you see a lot of non-FBAs, non-ADOS, right? They could be from Latin America, they can be Caribbean, they could be African, they could be Asian, or whoever else. I'm not sure if any of them fully understand what we mean when we say disaggregate and delineate. I really don't think they understand what we mean. Because just by what he just said, I don't think he even understands what it means. I wish he had a call in, or or if he was the type to read super chats. Because I will send a super chat and say, bro, real quick, do you know what we? No, I'll say, can you explain what we mean I put FBA in parentheses. What we mean when we say we want to delineate, I bet you he couldn't do it. So they just have a problem with us, right? Wanting to be unique. And after they know that about us, everything else, they don't give a damn what we talk about after that. Okay, I'm just trying to get some folks on Facebook to hop on. One second. Okay, oh boy, let me see. Oh damn. Oh damn. Uh-oh. Oh, I knew it. 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 So that's why I was quiet. So somebody, a black woman, I don't know what she is, but she put a post up about, the whole Umar thing that I'm gonna touch on later. And she was jumping to conclusions, like calling him a deadbeat, she heard one side of the story, and all of a sudden that one side is true. And that one side ain't even a good side, because she heard it from the daughter. The children don't really understand the context of why parents are fighting, right? They don't know. And then because they were not there and they were too young at some point. So all they know is when they grow up and when they get to an age where they can understand something, all they know is that the dad's not there full time. So mom must be right. That's for dad. Or if the mom's not there full time, dad must be right. That's all they know. And whoever's in their ear the most is going to win them over. That's just common sense. So anyway, so on a post, I was like, hey, why don't we just bring this to my podcast? Let's talk about this the same way all of you are talking about it on the Facebook post. So simple, right? So then a sister had put something in there, like kind of like sarcastic. It was like kind of goofy. It's like either yes or no. So I said, you know what? Let me check. Because usually, I'm starting to get good at this now. I said, you know what? I don't think she's foundational. With that type of reply, because if you see my picture on Facebook, I'm clearly non-African, Caribbean. Like there's no confusion. When you see my picture, there's no confusion. He is American in all senses. When you see my picture, I'm clearly FBA. It's no confusion. No Caribbean gonna be like, yo, he's from the Barbados. You're not doing that. And no African is gonna claim it. He's American. Right? So, and my name is clearly American, Ron Harrison. So she had that sarcastic remark. And I think because she realized I'm not where she's from. So I went through her photos. Now, of course, she's morbidly obese. And she don't look that old to be morbidly obese, but she has this Jamaican swimsuit. I said, I knew it. I knew it. By her comment, I knew that, yeah. By my name, she knows I'm FBA. So now she's going to respond sarcastic. Man, I don't even want you on. Because I gotta get at you. All right, so one more time, Godfrey. Show your true colors.
I'm saying I don't have a problem with people with the foundational black America. I get why he's doing that. There's nothing wrong with being about your business, like foundation. We need to be respected because it's never been respected.
Facts.
And black people, there's
Absolutely.
black people that have been here that weren't slaves, that were just here. You got black Indians. I get the whole thing. It's not like I don't get it. I've read enough where I understand black people, I like that they are being hardcore about it. But then when you're shitting on the other black folks, that's when I have a problem with it. 'Cause I'm
So he said shitting on other black folks. And as you can see, just from the few clips I played with Tariq Nasheed, other black folks calling his podcast, when his podcast is clearly pro FBA, pro ADOS, they pro Freedman, they calling his podcast to challenge him. And then they have their sarcastic things. And he even like, I showed the video, well, the one where Lovely, wherever her name was getting on Black Americans. But when we respond, we are the ones shitting on them. But if they say something, it's called free speech. Trust me, I heard Brother Reggie say that. And I quote him on that. So anyway, so this Nigerian tether, Godfrey, says, Tariq and we are shitting on other blacks. All right, well, what does Umar say? Who's supposedly FBA.
America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on black people to improve their relationship with the white power structure.
So he said the exact opposite. He said, in order to be an honorary white man, right, you got to come stomp on us. So which one sounds more realistic? What Godfrey said, we're just shitting on Africans and Caribbeans for no reason. We're just bored. We're just bullies, right? Or the shitting is on us to be approved in white society. That makes more sense. This is a predominantly white country that's ruled by systemic racism. So why would you oppose that to rock with us who are affected by systemic racism? So it's clear that they come over here to be on the good side of systemic racism. And by doing that, you got to show your allegiance by shitting on us, as Umar just said. One more time, Umar.
So if you ask America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on black people to improve their relationship with the white power structure. So if you ask America wants to create this illusion of...
I agree with that. Okay, so remember this Spanish guy that came on my channel and debated me for 2 hours. Well, he went on Unc's channel.
History of independence, and
so you stand on the topic. The topic is the FBA Freedman delineation.
So he did the same. So I think he's like a little nuts. His name is Ditso, but it should be Nutso, because he came on my channel and just changed the topic to some South American global reparations. I'm like, and I'm thinking he's going to tie it into what we're doing. But he really just changed the topic and the narrative and made it about global reparations for Latin America. So I'm like, bro, you same how he responded. I'm like, bro, I'm kind of lost. What is your issue with reparations for ADOS and FBA? He was like, well, it should be for everybody. I'm like, what? So anyway, so he's been pulling up other folks' channels that talk about this, just causing confusion. Look at this. So he started ranting and rambling, and they caught him out. They caught him out there, like, yo, hold on. You see that dog? Red dog? I didn't. He laying down. Yeah. So they had caught on to it. They was like, yo, we thought you were gonna be on topic, and you out here just ranting and rambling.
Of independence, and
so you stand on the topic. The topic is the FBA Freedman delineation. You didn't went far. That's what we at. We gotta stay there because you didn't went to it. The hell, that was a subtopic.
I didn't know what
Yeah,
was going on. And I
yeah,
was
yeah.
like,
You
maybe
went.
this isn't
Okay.
y'all
Yeah.
conversation.
I gotta do a
You
show
talking-
just for you, yo. Let you get out, yo. We're
Yeah,
gonna
you
talk.
and him gotta rock out.
Yeah,
Y'all gotta
we
rock
got
out.
Abba here.
I'll talk for 5 hours straight, bro, about nothing.
Yeah, yo, we want to make sure we. All right, we're gonna pause that. You was somewhere. You like Italian Americans? They say that, or Irish Americans?
Don't say it like y'all saying they say it, but okay.
They
Yeah.
they do say that. Am I wrong in saying that?
Yeah, Italians do, but I'm saying not every white people don't say that typically. They don't be going around talking about, yeah, I'm German American. They just don't do that.
All
Unless they recently from Germany, unless they recently from the
No.
France or
That's something that's been going on for the past almost 200 and some odd years.
What?
you know, I
That
live in
identity.
New York City.
Okay, go over there, make spaghetti. So now they are just confused. All right. So, damn, what's this guy? Yeah, I think this one right here. 'Cause you got this coward right here who is afraid like hell to come on and speak with me. Let me not misrep. Let me make sure. Okay, now this might be the wrong channel. It might not be him. Because not him.
All right.
Wrong Kofi. Okay. You know what? I could find it through my I could find the right channel through my notifications. So hold on. Let me just no, I can't. Because it's on my channel that's temporarily suspended. I believe. Damn it. Yes, I won't be able to. Yo, so I got all these I got these Pan-Africanists who's supposed to be coming on talking about Garvey. No, get out. Don't open that. And every time I reply, I go back and my reply's not there. So it's like, am I blocked from this channel, from this video? Because I reply like 10 times and nobody replies back. Then when I go back to see, to check up, my last reply, each time I reply is no longer there. Put that back. Close it. All right, let me see. Okay, so I responded again to those two Pan-Africanists, actually three. Well, two Pan-Africanists and one El Jamar supporter. Yeah, dude, Kofi. How many Kofis out there? Yeah, I ain't gonna be able to find this dude channel. All right, never mind. All right, never mind. But let's go back. Let's go back to the guy because they said they caught him out on something else. The same Spanish guy did so. Weird.
Just saying that in this way, if you have somebody who's foundational,
You asking a question? Wait, you asking a question, or you trying to fake like you was asking a question to talk? I thought you was asking him a question. Come on, bro. Are you asking this man a question?
Do you need any clarification on the question I asked?
Yeah, yes, I definitely need some. Because first and foremost, I don't use the term foundational Black American. I use the term American freedman. So you would have to ask the people that use that term.
No. But from your perspective, in this sense, but the clarification is simple. One, in the claim of foundational Black Americans, what they call themselves, is that they were the ones to construct the country. But then the riddle is, how is it that you construct the country, but you do not abolish slavery from the ratification of the Constitution in 1784 after the 8 years of war of independence? And how?
What is this guy talking about? But you see that he had framed this speech as a question, and they allow him to ask the question in quotations, and he did not ask a question. It was rhetorical. It was a speech that he gave real fast. So, but their panel is just confused as why he's there. They thought he was going to speak about the topic, and he keep talking about what he wants to talk about. Everywhere he goes, he doesn't give a damn what the topic is. He just speaks about what he wants to speak about. And it was just a ball of confusion. So they end up just letting him like, hey man, just fall back, bro. Just total confusion. All right. So now we get the full
the position of being a Pan-African.
So those short clips I showed where those guys called in, we can see why they called in. Okay, so I found the original full. Actually, this ain't even a full video. This is 22 minutes of it. All right, so anyway, let's just play 22 minutes of it. This is the Saint getting on Pan-Africanists as just race hustlers and frauds. That's his video.
Africanists. This is something only held by those who are inexperienced, sophomoric, low self-esteem, or they're mere race hustlers, be them Black Americans or Africans, African individuals or African governments. And I will go through all of the evidence on this. We will also have a discussion of the historical figures, those who brought the concept of Pan-Africanism to the masses, and we'll talk about the modern fools who still push this idiocy. I'm often shocked at how those who have no education, no accomplishments, nothing to show for their genius are still so convinced that they know. We really do need some humility. I want to share with you all that I am not cynical. I'm just knowledgeable. As a youth, I too thought Pan-Africanism made sense. I too, lacking self-esteem, particularly racial self-esteem, which often comes from a lack of knowledge of self and knowledge of the accomplishments of the demographic one belongs to. I was a seeker like many of you. And in that seeking, you're not necessarily seeking truth. You're seeking stories that make you feel better about yourself as an individual, better about the group that you belong to. You're tired of being derided. And in your seeking, you will deal with any story that makes you feel better. This is why the Germans believed that they were supermen. This is why the Europeans who claim to be Jews from the Middle East believe themselves to be God's chosen people, and they run with that story, whether there's evidence to substantiate it or not. This is why some of the blacks call themselves Hebrews or Hebrew Israelites. This is why people base their entire lives on books that may or may not be fictional. We can really dive into it if you guys are willing to use your brains. I'd be happy to educate. And I don't come here to be humble, for we don't have time for that. We just have time for the truth. The time is short. The need is great. And the fact of the matter is that we've had too many preachers, just a couple teachers, and even fewer revolutionaries, which is to say those who have the knowledge to organize and to be effective. We have a multitude of excuse makers and liars and fools, many of them wearing blackface. And we'll go through the truth of the matter. Most of you don't even know who the best leader, the greatest leader on the African continent has been. He is now deceased.
And there's a reason that you don't know his name. There's a reason that those of you who do know his name don't know his true achievements, the measure of his achievements. Yes? You guys wouldn't know a leader if one fell out of the sky wearing a two-tone red and black suit and sat right in front of you and gave you pure, unadulterated knowledge. You wouldn't know the difference between that person and an imbecile who dresses up in costumes and calls himself a King Kong consciousness and collects your money and gives you nothing back in the way that the government does. You guys can't tell the difference. And, truth be told, more than the Ku Klux Klan, more than the skinhead, more than the neo-Nazi or the original Nazi, I truly despise each and every one of you brainless blacks. I really do. If I could wave my hand and remove life from all of your bodies, you and your children, I would do it without thinking. And that's because the weak links in our chain are the most dangerous ones. I would rather be an even greater minority than to be infiltrated by the intellectually disabled and the foolish. Okay, look at this. You have a person with no name and no photo writes, "I looked you up." It's highly unlikely that you actually looked me up, because if you did, you would know that I have documented superior IQ to you. You ought not speak of me. You should sit and learn when your superiors are present. You should be thankful. Writes, "You are misguided in your explanation of what Pan-Africanism truly is. This is low IQ. I haven't even given an explanation." And notice again, they're scared and absent. They have so much to say, yet they give no examples. And this is the mark of stupidity, is when they speak a conclusion, yet there's no substantiation, there's no argument, there's no premise, there's no example, there's only conclusion. They speak from their foolish emotion, these primitives. Then you have another imbecile writes, and this again, no name, no photo, and you'll notice a pattern. And also they're all absent, terrified. Writes, "I love to see you blacks fight against each other." Well, my dear imbecile, there is no such thing as blacks. If you're speaking of a broad racial category that anthropologists of old called Negroid, then perhaps, but the blacks are not an ethnic group. They're not a group of people who share ideology. Therefore, there's no such thing as the black community or the blacks. So when you say fight against each other suggests that there is a grouping, which is to suggest that there is something that holds us together. There is a sameness there. And because we are the same, we'd be fighting against our own people, when in reality, we are not the same. And there's only one important way to be the same, which is to be the same ideologically. That is the great advantage that the so-called Jews, which is to say the Europeans, who are a religious group, an ideological grouping, who share blood, but also more importantly, share identity. They share language, Hebrew or Yiddish. And for that, they are truly unified and can operate together. And when you hear imbeciles like this say, "I love to see you blacks fighting against each other," there's no such thing as blacks, so there's no each other. When you say fighting against each other, you suggest that the other peoples of the earth don't fight against one another. And that only reveals your true ignorance, as though you're not aware that the Europeans have fought hundreds of wars against whom? Against one another. But it's really not one another, for the Europeans don't identify as one. There is no pan-Europeanism, you see. The Europeans identify as German, Italian, Hungarian, British, and these are all different European types with different identity. So this is sheer stupidity, and what they fight for is dominance, such that one linguistic group or ideological group would dominate. You have this imbecile, and one of the clear, if you guys are ever wondering, how do I notice if someone's a fool? they'll either write in all caps, very clear indicator that the person's an idiot, or secondly, they'll use emojis, especially if they're a grown man. We know that you're not sitting at home laughing. This is the hysterical idiocy. Or they'll use these animations. It's just an indication of low IQ. Or, of course, they'll use poor English, which is common among the blacks, no matter where you find them in the world. This is a result of lack of education and a culture in disrepair that writes, "This is embarrassing. Y'all, who are y'all? And why don't you just use English? Just use proper English." We're writing. You see, writing is a formal thing. Speaking may be informal. And I constantly remind you all, write correctly. One of the major problems you find with the black civilizations today is that they have low standards, generally speaking, and consistently we find that language is an issue. Whatever country you go to, whether they purport to speak Swahili or English, they're masters of neither. And that is problematic. It turns out that communication is hugely important to be able to talk with one another effectively. The imbecile writes, "Y'all love some capitalism." No, actually, the blacks don't love capitalism. And the blacks are so foolish that they think capitalism was created by whites or Europeans, which is not the case. It's like electricity. Benjamin Franklin did not create electricity. He harnessed electricity. No one can create capitalism, though you can understand it and harness it. Further, the comedy to those who are knowledgeable is that while you criticize capitalism as though it's something chiefly European, you then try to become a communist or a socialist, which is certainly European and more than capitalism, which is something that is the natural order of things. Socialism and communism is an unnatural order, which is to say it is created, it is forced, and socialism and communism were created and forced by folks like Engels or Marx. Heard of Karl Marx, right? He's the ideological father of this perspective. And blacks take that on like it's somehow indigenous to them. Funny. Then the rights of materialism. You see, blacks are an economic want across the globe. And so it turns out that material is important, but blacks are not. And that is why he hates you. Consumerism. Yes, consumerism is a terror in one person because the ideas are very simple, clear, and effective. The reason you can't come on and represent yourself, you can't even use your real name and your real photo, is because you are a lonely, low self-esteem, underachieving imbecile. And that's why you all sit there in silence. Keyboard warriors, not men at all, you see, weaklings. And that's why I'm here, and I'm just going to talk this to you, and you're going to sit there and take it because you're weak. And that is why collectively you blacks are down bad, because you're weak cowards. Now, Loon, or excuse me, LQ1 writes, "What a counterproductive title." You see, you dim-witted fool. The title of this video, this lecture, it's not counterproductive. In fact, it is the most productive thing to start from a basis of truth.
What is this? So before I say anything, I just want to make sure this is
seen many times. I've seen the sunset.
Whoever done it on a scale that he has, though.
Wait, who
you at all? I think I see the way you take your position about protecting the black people, actually, but maybe they looking at it as if you being a sellout. So nowadays, if you're being transparent about someone else's actions or their agenda. Now, have you spoken with this guy before, or why do you take? What give you the insight to, or what give you the motivation to speak this way about his agenda?
Well, his agenda is one that I've seen many times. I've seen the sunset.
Whoever done it on a scale that he has, though.
Wait, who are you talking about when you say he? I thought you were talking about the last caller. Who are you referring to?
No, I'm talking about Umar.
Oh, you're talking about Umar.
Because if you look on Yes, because if you look on your page, immediately it's got his face
Hi, your internet is going in and out.
on
In
the
the chat, if you
basically
guys
advertised.
on the chat, if you guys confirm if the gentleman, if you're not able to
Okay.
hear him, just keep me updated. I don't want to have to pull the guy out. I want to hear him out, but keep me updated on if you're able to hear the gentleman. Anyways, Don, I believe it is. You have your name listed as. So with
Yes,
regards
sir.
to Dr. Umar, you said no one's ever done it on the scale that he's done it. This is quite fascinating. What is it? Is it schools that never open? Is it raising millions of dollars from a black population that is already impoverished and giving them nothing back? Is it selling them pipe dreams and false ideology? Is it failing to build up the black man and woman with the truth? Is it getting on your knees and bowing down to black females and not ever correcting them, though we are in fact the leaders? What is it that he has done? I would like to know.
I can't speak for him. He knows the details of what he has done, and I can't speak for it. I don't have no position
I'm not
on it.
asking you
I'm
to
just
speak
asking
for him. I'm asking you to speak on what you've observed, because you came on
what
and
I've
you said no
what
one has ever done it like he
okay.
has. What has he done?
Well, so far, I guess the way that black people have embraced him across the social media post lines, the attention that he's beginning holding these seminars. I don't know what these seminars hold. It's a lot of different type of things that you have done. Probably you have done things greater than he has in terms of teaching. I will definitely give you that. I've done a little
I
research
appreciate
on
that.
both.
And you know what? It's not even about Marquette Devon Burton. It's not about Dr. Umar. It's about the people. And for me, be those people, black, white, blue, what have you. It's about good people. The real leader that rises up should not rise up for their own narcissism to be in the spotlight, but rather to give something back. You've already created a good life for yourself, and you say, you know what? Maybe something that I know can be shared to help create a good life for other people. That's what leadership is about. It's about being a servant. That's what our government and our policing force should be, servants of the public, not bloodsuckers of the public, not narcissists looking to aggrandize themselves or enrich themselves, especially at the expense of those who have so little already. I don't deride Umar because I personally don't like him. I deride him and his thinking because it is detrimental to all peoples. And as it stands, he is currently blood-sucking a community that is already in financial and mental disrepair. So I want that to be known. I don't dislike Umar. I dislike what he's doing. And also I know that his ideology is incorrect. Dr. Umar is not the originator of any thought. If you are as well studied as I am, you would know that he's bit off of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, who was bright but also fraudulent. And he's also bitten off of, even more so, Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu, who published widely and did many lectures, particularly on blacks in education, on the way black boys are suffering in the educational system. So he's bitten off of those two persons and not been anyone who is practical or useful for the black people. So he's been very practical and useful for increasing his own fame and wealth. And there's nothing wrong with becoming wealthy and famous if you're not doing it under the guise of I'm here to help you, right? That's not right. You see, I have businesses like, for example, mdblabel.com. We sell these fine watches. You can go to mdblabel.com. I don't tell you that that's to help the people. It's for you to have a beautiful watch and for you to compensate me for that watch. But it turns out, because I'm such a great guy, there's a young black man who invested in this. I gave him my brand. I gave him my connections to manufacturers and my website and my platform, and he makes money on this, not me. So actually, it turns out I am doing good. It is a good cause. You see, but there are those who try to act like what they're doing is for altruistic purposes when really it's just for their own ego. And you can see it as clear as day because there's no results for the people that you claim to serve. Now, one thing that you mentioned is that Dr. Umar is popular, and he is popular. He's very popular. That's why he's in the thumbnail, because we're using him to start the real conversation. We're using him to do the actual hard work. as opposed to the preaching. Now, what I'm telling you is that he's a Tyler Perry. Yes. He's basically a Tyler Perry. You said he's very popular. He is. So is Tyler Perry. He can get black people together. So does Tyler Perry for a Medea movie, a grown man dressed as a woman, something perverse. And Dr. Umar has perverse ideas that are as detrimental to black people. The comical idea that you living in Detroit, or you black person in poverty living in Baltimore, Maryland, that somehow, some way, some N-word in Sierra Leone identifies with you, some N-word in Cote d'Ivoire who speaks only French cares about you, is ludicrous.
Yeah, that's so. Why is it necessary for I just want to know, based off of your opinion, why is it necessary for black people to it seems like this is a normal, I mean, it's always been this way for many years, denigrate and disrespecting each other amongst other people, other races, other race people.
Let me ask you.
But I find it
unique to black people. Is that unique to black people?
It's not. It's not. But it needs to be.
Position it as though that's like a unique thing to black people? Why do that?
I'm not doing it. At some point, there has to be a better. I would say that if it's okay, it should be a better mutual respect coming across each other.
Should
you know what I'm saying? It should be. It should be. It should be until it becomes disrespectful. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: are there white capitalists?
Yes.
Are there white communists?
Of course.
Okay. Communism and capitalism are in direct contradiction. There is no compromise between the two. So should we say, well, because you got white capitalists and white communists, they need to get together. They need to agree. They need to not disrespect each other because they're both white.
I get where you're going. But I'm talking. I'm dealing with I'm dealing with the black African American community, the people. I find it that a lot of us.
We're dealing with logic and humankind. And the reason that I give you that example is because you suggested earlier, your underlying suggestion is that the blacks attack one another as though other races don't. That's number one. Then number two, because the blacks are effeminate, this is me speaking, because the blacks are effeminate, they have this foolish kumbaya, can't we all get along? Well, no, we cannot, because it is dangerous to allow foolish ideas to propagate. You see, because when the children learn the wrong thing, they suffer as a result. And so what I will do consistently is I will chop down anyone who rises up with errant thinking and spreads corruption among the youth, or who misguides our women, if you will.
I do agree with you on that. I'm not here to go back and forth against you, man. I understand your position, why you do it. I'm just saying, like, I guess the aura that comes off, maybe not from you, but from other people, I'm just questioning why their motives to come at you or anyone else like that. I mean, I understand your position. Why are you doing this?
I understand why they will come at me. They'll come at me because A, they don't comprehend, and because B, I'll tell you why.
And then you sit there and feed them more fried chicken. But listen, let me go, man. Let you get other people on the line, man. I salute you, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Peace to the saints.
Peace.
Peace to the saints. How are you?
What's going on?
I said, how are you?
I said, what's going on?
So how are you is a question.
This guy, he came in with the smoke, yo. Oh, this is funny.
Peace to the saints. How are you?
What's going on?
I said, how are you?
I said, what's going on?
So how are you is a question, which you might say, I'm well. You might say it's a good day. I'm in good health. It's like a considerate way to greet someone and ask as to their state.
It's a greeting, yeah, and that's how, you know. And I said, "What's going on?" That's also a greeting.
Yeah. All right. So listen. You said you respect ADOS and Pan Africanism more, but you must don't know ADOS' position on Pan Africanism. So you gotta be more aware of what's going on. ADOS share the same views as FBAs on Pan-Africanism. We both think it's a waste of time and opportunity. We could be doing something better, like joining an ADOS advocacy group or fellowshipping with FBAs any way they can to exchange ideas and to do something great. So, but you didn't respond when I said you said FBA is more like the KKK and House Negro. But I said to you, I said that's interesting because you said FBA is more like the KKK, more like them than who? Who are you comparing them to? It can't be Pan-Africanists because I can show you in history Pan-Africanists actually lined up ideas and met with the KKK. So you don't want to go there with me. So Pan-Africanist ideas are more KKK. Okay? So you got to get your historical facts, historical recollection more in order with history, right? Pan-Africanists have more things in common with the KKK than any other Black group or ideology or belief system. Okay, so you got that wrong. So just off that, you pretty much debunked yourself because you said you don't rock with FBA because you believe we're KKK-ish. When Pan-Africanists literally met with the KKK to work with them to do something together. They went in business with them. And these are prominent names, prominent leaders in the Pan-Africanist movement, where we just can't act like what they didn't count. Well, it counted. These are big, big names. That's equivalent to like Umar Johnson doing something with the KKK, how big his name is. You can't just act like it didn't exist or act like it's a nothing burger. That means something. So you debunked yourself on the reasons why you choose Pan-Africanism over FBAs over here in our ideologies.
Well, you see, I asked you a question and you responded with a question, but that's fine. What is your position?
Oh no, I'm just seeing a lot of cooning going on. So I'm just curious.
All right, I would ask you politely. I asked folks not to be vulgar before they came on. That is, in fact, a racial slur. And so if you'd be kind enough to refrain from racial slurs, I'd be thankful. But if you'd like to present a position,
it's more of a descriptive term, the way I use it describes.
I understand your opinion on that, but what I'm referring to is the fact that it is a slur and it is not necessary to make your argument. And I assure you, I'm not going to slur you. I will just deal with you on the basis of arguments because we're not in person and we could both talk about what we would do in person, but we're not in person to test that out. So as we're on the internet, let's just have an argument based on our positions and our facts. Would you mind?
Oh yeah, I'm with it.
Talk to me. So what is your position?
Oh no, I just clicked on the thing. I heard a few things you said. This is my first time ever seeing you. This bashing black thing. I understand like that's the wave now. And that's the you're asking me my position, right? You're a man of control, you're a man of control, you know how to you're teaching us.
This is a funny one right here, man. This is a funny one.
I understand like that's like the wave now, like that, they get you in the algorithm that it's profitable now. You know what I mean? Especially being dark-skinned guy. I'm not sure what your background is, but being a dark-skinned guy, you know, it's a fetish for that now. It's like it's a thing for that now to see dark-skinned people dump on black people. So, you know, I was just listening. I'm just trying to get a context of your ideology.
Okay, very good. So number one, I just want to confirm a few facts. You stated that this is your first time ever seeing or hearing of me. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, so I just popped up on your homepage.
On my, I pressed the live
Okay, fair enough. Well, I appreciate you tuning in, truly. So you know nothing of my background, and your idea is that I'm just tearing down the blacks. That's your idea?
Well, I wouldn't say the black. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Now, I like this kind of conversation because often the persons who bring this conversation to me, I ask them, well, what have you done for the blacks? You see, what have you done that is significant for black people who are not in your family, black people that you were not paid to help, so that we can really understand who actually loves black people? You serve that with your love. So your name is Vovo, is it? Vovo, what do you do for the blacks?
Oh, well, I'm a truck driver. I drive trucks. My thing is this. You know, that's always a bad faith question. That's a
no.
He asked him, "What do you do for blacks?" He said, "My man said I drive trucks, and that's a bad faith." I drive trucks, and that's a bad faith question. So you can't ask black men what they did for, what did they do or have done for blacks? That's a bad faith question. Say
that's your name is Vovo, is it? Vovo, what do you do for the blacks?
Oh, well, I'm a truck driver. I drive trucks. My thing is this. You know, that's always a bad faith question. That's a
no. That's not a bad faith question.
No one else just asked that.
No, that is a good faith question. I'll tell you why. You just asserted that I'm just here to tear down the blacks. Now, I'll tell you what I've done for the blacks. But before we get into that, you've positioned yourself as the hero of the blacks. So I'm saying, well, what have you done?
I didn't position myself as any hero.
What have you done for the blacks?
Huh?
Vovo, what do you?
Oh, now all of a sudden, Disso don't know much about the Pan-African ideology, except it's uniting all the African diaspora. Bro, you are even wrong about that. I had a Pan-Africanist on here, and he said that is not, it never was his goal. Okay? Recorded conversation with a Pan-Africanist, and he said that is not what he is and what he's into. So you're speaking about a movement and ideology that you're not even sure of. You're trying to justify your hate for Black Americans, and it's not, the justification isn't working. It's falling on his face.
You do,
Nothing.
Or what have you done?
Nothing.
No. Positioned yourself as the hero.
Oh, the same. You didn't get this black man to admit that he done nothing for black folks other than drive trucks. He didn't admit to that. Surely he bought them ice cream. He played baseball with them. Surely he did something. Are you telling me he did nothing? Damn.
You just asserted that I'm just here to tear down the blacks. Now, I'll tell you what I've done for the blacks. But before we get into that, you've positioned yourself as the hero of the blacks. So I'm saying, well, what have you done?
I didn't position myself as any hero.
What have you done for the blacks?
Huh?
Vovo, what do you do, or what have you done?
Nothing.
Nothing. Aha. So how did I know that? I know that because those men who are unproductive, they tend to be effeminate. They tend to not think out things. And when you come on not having thought out things, you're one of the many who would say, oh, you're tearing down the blacks. Well, have you built up the blacks? No, I'm not tearing down the blacks. I actually care enough and understand enough that A, I start with the truth, and B, I'm not a preacher. I'm one who actually has done something. I say, what have you done? Oh, well, I'm a truck driver. I didn't say what you do for a living, little buddy. I said, what have you done for these black people that you seem to care so much about? You've not done a thing for them except babble. Well, I tell you what, babbling actually doesn't produce a thing. It doesn't produce a dollar in the black community. It doesn't hold together a black family. It does not educate a black child. You, my friend, are of the multitude who preach. And this is what black people have suffered for centuries. Preachers putting them to sleep. I tell you what's even funnier. You have the audacity to come on here and insult me, not knowing what my merits are and not knowing how I've actually served black people over time. You told me you're a truck driver. I didn't ask you what you do to make money. I'm not over here saying, hey, I'm in paper assets. I'm in entrepreneurship. I'm in software. That does not stop me from helping these black people, which I care so much about. You just care to talk. You're not a doer. You're the worst kind of black male. Okay, so let me tell you what black people who actually care do. I'll give you some examples. There's a place called Baltimore, Maryland. You ever been?
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's an overwhelmingly black city. You might be aware. One of the greatest needs among the black peoples of the earth is education, whether it's education of self or it's education for gainful employment. You see, I was there and I was a teacher. I taught all black kids with a couple Latinos. You'd almost never think that integration occurred. So many black folks. And most of these black children are essentially orphans without fathers or mothers, in many cases raised by their grandparents. Why? Drugs, serious drugs like heroin. 10% of the population on heroin when I was there teaching. You see, that's serving black people. Then I created a nonprofit.
So you had a job as a teacher. You had a job.
Pardon?
You had a job as a teacher.
That's a very good point. So then let me add to that, my dear boy.
You had a job as a teacher. Yo, this is hilarious. He's a self-admitted truck driver, and he admitted that he does nothing for black people. So now, and don't forget, he's on here to criticize the other guy, the Saint. Right. So now the Saint, like, all right, well, you did nothing for black folks besides drive trucks. Okay, but look what I've done for black folks. And you're here to shame me and criticize me and tell me I've fallen short. But I have done, exponentially way more than yourself, sir. And the dude comeback was, you're a teacher. You get paid to do that. Oh, my God.
Not only did I have a job as a teacher, I also came in early and I made the school open up the building early to let the kids in, A, so that they didn't have to sit out in the cold and the snow. And B, I made them provide meals for the kids before school started. And then C, every day, literally, I would tutor for 3 hours for free. And then seeing that it wasn't enough, I partnered with the churches in Baltimore and created a nonprofit that taught tech skills. And it was called Five Fingers, that taught tech skills. See, and don't challenge me because I speak all facts. You can Google everything I speak of.
I will.
I was also given awards for this, mind you. And we taught tech skills to black kids so that they had the skills needed to gain employment. And because I did such a great job at that, I was then recruited to run a nonprofit based out of Johns Hopkins Medical. I then raised millions of dollars from various persons like Bloomberg of New York. And we provided wraparound services. You know, if a black family got their electricity cut off and they were sitting there in that row home in the dark because they couldn't afford to pay their bills, Marquette Devon Burton, got their lights turned back on. When kids were going off to college.
What is your name?
My name is Marquette Devon Burton. That's a name that's well known and respected the world over.
All right.
Then when they were going off to college and they didn't have enough money to make ends meet, I made ends meet. I gave out scholarships. And I can go on and on and on, little buddy. But little
buddy, where that's come from?
Hold on one second. You who have done nothing have so much to say to someone like me that's done so much.
You just had a
job. I could go
on. You just had a job. Yeah, this dude is hilarious, yo. You just had a job. So that defeats all the accomplishments. A fireman just has a job. An ambulance worker just has a job. a police officer just has a job, a politician, a lawyer. But if their job put them in a position where they are on the record as helping the public, it becomes more than a job. It's a service that's appreciated by the public and definitely those who benefited from the service. So for him to keep saying, like, for example, I can be a lifeguard, right? But if I saved a life, the person who I saved is going to look at what I did as more than just a job. So the dude is just undermining because, you know, he's a little salty that his boy Umar ain't looking good at it.
Much to say, I made ends meet. I gave out scholarships. And I can go on and on and on, little buddy. But
little
you
buddy,
who have done nothing,
little buddy, where'd that come from?
Hold on one second. You who have done nothing have so much to say to someone like me that's done so much.
You just had a
and
job.
I could go on and on about what I've actually done.
You just had a job. Now, out of both of us sitting here,
whoa, hold on one second. Hold on, just real quick. Let's talk about that. Between you and I,
you're the feminine one. Between me and I, you're the feminine one.
Hold on one second, fella. You who have come on with no real legal name. Between you and I, who has done more for black people?
Me. You ain't did nothing. You just had a job.
Yeah, the guy who said, I just drive trucks for black people. And I've done so. The Saint asked him first, what did you do for black people? He said, I just drive trucks. So the Saint came back and said, again, later, what did you do for black people outside of driving trucks, which ain't do nothing for black folks? He said nothing. Now he's asked the question, who did more for black folks? And the truck driver said himself after saying he did nothing for black folks. So how can doing nothing for black folks equate to doing more for black folks? Interesting.
Hold on one second, fella. You who have come on with no real legal name. Between you and I, who has done more for black people?
Me. You ain't did nothing. You just had a job. You was a teacher.
Wait, hold on one second, my dear boy. What have you done?
You're a teacher. We did the same amount.
No.
You didn't do nothing
What
either.
have you done?
I teach too.
Oh, now you
I teach children all the time. I teach children all the time. And out of us sitting here,
to ask him, what do you teach? Oh, I wanted to know that so bad. He never asked him. I would have loved him to say, okay, what do you teach black people? That would have been hilarious, man.
I'm asking you. I'm just asking you.
Two guys sitting here, you're the more feminine one.
Listen,
if I see you on the street, I would assume that you were homosexual.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
You are homosexual. Huh?
You don't have to lie. Just hold on one second. What have you done for black people?
I teach like you teach.
I see.
You just got paid to do it. You didn't do it for free.
I would love to ask him, what did you teach? Dang, he gave you that window of opportunity to ask that question. What did you teach? I would have loved to just have a big laugh. I knew he would have said nothing, none of your business, or said something stupid.
You were self-serving. You were self-serving. Everything you did was for pay.
I see. So when I was running a nonprofit that I created and didn't get a penny for it, what about that?
Everybody that starts a nonprofit, that's one of the biggest reasons why they started.
I see.
That's one of the biggest reasons why they start the nonprofit is for the salary. It's for the salary. No, that's true. It's for the salary.
That's how I know that you've never started anything, because number one, nonprofits don't make money. Number two, when you start them from scratch, there's no salary. Yeah. There's no salary when you start from scratch. And then number three, we had no grants. We only had money that came directly from the people, the black people of Baltimore, from the churches of Baltimore, and it went directly into programming. I never took a salary, not one time in that nonprofit, not one time. And here's the worst thing about people like you. You're so effeminate. You come on here and lie. You've already said that you don't speak while I'm speaking. You've already said that you don't know who I am, yet you're telling me that I took a salary. That's really sad, my dear boy, because you're so blatantly
you like boys, huh? You like boys, don't you?
You're so frivolous. And you are the reason that blacks suffer. Look at you smiling when you know nothing is funny.
It is
Look at
funny to me.
you.
You're
Look at you
hilarious. You look like
smiling when
the
you know
Joker.
nothing is
You
funny.
look like the
And
Joker.
the worst part about it is that you're just a struggling YouTuber who came on to get
Am
clout.
I? Oh,
You're not an honorable man at all. You
no,
have
you're
no
not an honorable
actual
man.
thoughts or
You're not an
ideas.
honorable
You've
man.
done nothing at all.
You're
You've
not
done
an
nothing.
honorable man.
And then we know that
You're
you're
just a
weak
funny
because you
looking
come
guy
with,
that
you
speaks
just,
funny, thinks he's
what are the
pompous,
chances that
arrogant.
you call me funny looking?
Yeah,
What
you look
are
weird.
the
You look
chances?
weird.
This
You're
is
sitting there
crazy.
with that
This
weird
is
head, that
crazy.
weird suit,
You need to cut your
alone in
hair
your
off.
hotel
Listen,
room,
you
alone
see
in your.
that? You see that I'm bald? I'm bald because I realized that I need to cut my hair off. Your hairline
Why?
is way back here.
No, it's
You're
not.
wearing cornrows like it's 1992.
You wish you had hair like this.
You look like the third member of Outkast that got kicked out. You look like a super beat down big
I'm of
boy.
the community. I'm of the community.
Your chin hairs look like pubic hairs. You're
great.
utterly ridiculous. You're clearly overweight. I can see the fat in your face.
No, I'm just a big
You are
nigga.
a complete dweeb. If you took off your shirt, your chest would hang down like a woman's. You're in poverty. You have a beat up background. You're a nobody YouTuber. You're a 50-year-old trying to become a YouTuber. Please stop. You have nappy eyebrows. How do you have nappy eyebrows? How's that even possible?
Black people got nappy hair. I'm black. I got nappy hair.
Possible, bro.
I got nappy hair.
You're a disgusting individual. Your bottom row of teeth, if you bit into a sandwich, it looked like a puzzle piece. You need emergency dental help. You have a gap in your tooth like you grew up in the third world. Why can't you see a?
All right, let's stop right there. All right. Okay, so now I asked ChatGPT some questions. Political and cultural differences from Europe. But let's get to the conclusion. The conclusion is the reason white Americans aren't called. Okay. The reason white Americans aren't called Europeans is that over centuries they have developed a separate cultural, national, and racial identity that distinguishes them from modern Europeans. What happened? What distinguishes them from modern Europeans? They have developed a separate cultural, national, and racial identity. While their ancestry is European, their identity is deeply rooted in American history and culture. So we could take the words Europe out of there and white American and replace it with Black Americans and African. The reason Black Americans aren't called Africans is that over centuries, they have developed a separate cultural, national, and racial identity that distinguishes them from modern Africans. While their ancestry is African, their identity is deeply rooted in American history and culture. It's that simple. All right, now, this is for folks like her that did a DNA test. Okay, so Tiffany, I'm gonna use her as example A. Okay, so listen, let's go to number 3. It says factors influencing Nigeria DNA composition. Let's go to number 3. Okay, can we go to number 3? Genetic studies and DNA tests. Studies and ancestry tests like 23andMe and Ancestry DNA generally show that most Nigerians have 80 to 99% Nigerian West African DNA with small percentages from other regions. Okay, so that's what I'm telling you guys, is that Africans or people from the continent of Africa, when they do a DNA test, it's going to show high 80 to 99% results that they are indeed from these regions in Africa. But look at Tiffany results. She's 30% Nigerian. So she's okay. If a Nigerian or if an African DNA test come back that he's 80 to 99% Nigerian, West African, then guess what? He's Nigerian, West African, without any doubt. But if Tiffany does a DNA test and it shows that she's 30% Nigerian, then guess what? She's not a Nigerian West African. She has a little bit of that in her, but she's not that. She won't qualify for citizenship in Nigeria or anything that's afforded to Nigerians based on nationality and ethnicity. Okay, she's rolled out. She don't have enough Nigerian in her to claim Nigerian. Matter of fact, there's a small minority of Nigerian DNA in there. That's it, a little bit, and it gets worse. 17% is kind of tiny, but 17%, 13%, 7 all the way down. So as you can see, the most percentage of her in any given West African country is 30% Nigeria. So that means she's not Nigerian. It says Benin, Togo. She's not that. She's not Mali. She's not Ivory Coast because she's 7%, 13%, 17%. And the percentages drop lower and lower, 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 lower. So if you got a small percentage in a region, that means you're not that. You just have a little bit of them mixed in you. So how is she? What is she? Based off those small percentages, what actually is she? And this is why we say, depending upon where she grew up at, where her lineage traces back from, if she's from America, we call her ADOS, FBA, or free people. Because that's exactly what we are. We are a makeup of small percentages of other people. We're not one people entirely, like everybody else is. If I type the same question for a German man or woman, it'll probably say the same thing. 80 to 99% of the average general German. It'll say the average German that does a DNA test results is probably 80 to 99%. If I do that with an Italian, if I do that with Australian, it's going to come back to all of them being majority of what they are. We are unique because we're not a majority of anything. We're a people who are a minority of everybody, or a lot of different people. That's what makes us American. The Africans can never claim that because most likely they're 80 to 99% whatever they are. And you're not going to shame us out of being unique in a mixture of a whole bunch of minority groups, because you see in her thing, there's also France and Netherlands in there, right? So yeah, you won't trick us out of that. Now, let's keep going. So I asked ChatGPT, explain the difference between ethnicity, and race. It says the terms ethnicity and race are related but distinct concepts. Here how they differ. Ethnicity is cultural identity. Ethnogenesis. Definition. Ethnicity refers to a group of people who share a common cultural background, including language. We don't speak an African language. We don't have an African tradition over here. We don't have an African religion. And we don't have an African ancestry in America. Example, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hasu Fulani are ethnic groups in Nigeria. So they're not only African, they're Nigerian, but they're not only Nigerian, they are broken up to ethnic groups, even as a Nigerian. So you can't even call them a Nigerian. That doesn't even properly define the people Yoruba. This person is a Yoruba, Nigerian, African. Irish, Italian, and Chinese are ethnicities as well. Key factors. Ethnicity is shaped by cultural practices, shared history, and geographic origins. That's why we say we are American. Can you change? Yes. A person can adopt a new ethnicity by assimilating into a different culture. So guess what? A Nigerian, a Yoruba can be a Yoruba American. An Igbo can be a Igbo American. Okay, e.g., an immigrant adopting a new cultural identity over generations, but it has to be over generation. Okay, now let's look at race. Race, physical traits and social classification. So this is what they focus on. When they talk to us, they focus on race and not ethnicity. So you have to ask them, when they say you're African, you got to ask them, hey, what's the difference between ethnicity and race? You have to ask them that to slow them down. And say, or you can do this. You can say, hey, you're African, yeah, you're black. It's like, okay. Ask them, what is your ethnicity? And watch they fumble. Watch they fumble the bag. Okay, so let's go to race. Race, physical traits and social classification. Definition, race is a socially constructed category based on physical characteristics such as skin color, facial features, and hair texture. So that's as far back we go as African. Skin color, facial features, and hair texture. Example, Black, white, Asian, and Latino are racial categories. Key factors, race is often assigned based on appearance rather than cultural background. Very clear here. Race is often assigned based on appearance rather than cultural background. So you're African. That's because you're just looking at it. But what is my cultural background? That identifies me. Can race change? No, but we read that ethnicity can. Race can't change. No, racial categories are imposed by society and are not easily changed by personal choice. Key differences. Now check this out. Ethnicity, culture, language, traditions. Race, physical traits, social labels. That's so based on culture. So ethnicity is based on cultural, language, traditions. Race is based on physical traits, social labels. Examples of ethnicity. Hausa, whatever, Igbo, Irish, Japan. Examples of race, Black, white, Latino, and Asian. See, so this don't mean anything. That's just our race. This not saying anything. You're black. Yeah, but we're a different black than you. You're black as well. Can your ethnicity change? Yes, through assimilation. Can your race change? No, fixed by social perception. Okay, so now, example to illustrate the difference. A Black person in the US might be racially classified as Black, but their ethnicity could be Haitian, Nigerian, or African American, which we reject, depending on their cultural background. Okay, so there you go. Now watch this. Can African be someone's race or ethnicity? African is not a race, but it can be an ethnicity depending on the context. That's not an absolute yes. Why African is not a race? Africa is a continent, not a single race category. The people of Africa belong to different racial groups, including Black Africans, North Africans, who may identify as Arab or Berber, and even white Africans such as Afrikaners in South Africa. Race is typically categorized in broad terms like Black, white, Asian, etc., rather than by continent. So yes, we're all Black peoples of the world. When African can be an ethnicity. Ethnicity is based on culture, language, heritage. It goes back to that. That's why we say ethnogenesis. That's why we say ethnic identifier. A person with a Pan-African identity, such as someone from the African diaspora who identifies broadly with African culture, might call themselves African ethnically. Okay, so you're African if you practice some of these African cultures. Umar, you can call yourself African all day. However, most people in Africa, how many? Most people in Africa identify with a specific ethnic group, e.g., Yoruba, Zulu, Amara, Berber, rather than just African, right? So they don't call themselves generically just African. Only Pan-Africanists call themselves African, okay? Most people in Africa don't call themselves just African. They align themselves up with a specific ethnic group, Yoruba, Zulu, Amara, Berber. So when somebody says I'm Yoruba, do we come back and say, yo, you're denying your Africanness? Nobody calls themselves African but these people right here. Everybody else, the majority, goes with a specific ethnic group. Examples to clarify. Let's go deeper. A Nigerian person might say their race is Black and their ethnicity is Igbo. Okay? An Egyptian person might say their race is white or Arab and their ethnicity is Egyptian or Arab. An African American person might identify their race as Black and their ethnicity as African American, but not necessarily African. We don't call ourselves African. Even Chat GPT knows this. We don't call ourselves African. This is even on GPT, Chat GPT. Okay? Is that clear? So even AI know we're not Africans. We're something American. Unless we have direct ties to the continent. Which one of you African Americans have direct ties to the continent? I'll wait. Baba Smalls or somebody? Okay. All right. So that was it on that. So I'll put that in there. Throw it outside. So we reject the term African American because it's not an exclusive term that's just for us who are called African Americans. Other Black people, race, remember Black mean race, other Black people can come over here and align themselves up with the word African American, the words African American. So we reject that term. We don't want to use Black Americans like that either, because again, these same people are also Black and they can assimilate into American culture and literally or technically they are technically they are Black Americans because they're Black by race, and now they are, because they assimilated through generations, now they are American by culture. So they can technically say I'm Black American. They come from the continent of Africa. They're African American. So we're smart enough to know that those terms are not exclusive for us only, with our unique experience, with our unique ethnogenesis, and with our unique language, culture, and history. We want to protect our culture, history, okay, and ethnicity by using a term that only we can use and nobody else who have not shared our unique history, ethnogenesis, or culture. Does that make sense? So, Tiffany, I hate to break it to you, but most Africans in Africa don't call themselves African. they call themselves by their ethnic identifier or their ethnic group. So you can be the generic African all you want. You can be the generic Black person all you want. We know better. We're ADOS, FBA, free people, and it can probably change in the future, depending on what else is revealed. Okay? So I hope that makes some sense. So that part that I might want to clip, I'll clip it. You might want to clip that and use that, memorize that and use that. Okay, so what else do we have here? What else do we have here? So now I think I closed that chapter for good. Let me see what else we have. Here I go. Hey, you done eating? Where you go? Okay. So I think that is a drop the mic moment. All right. Let's see if I have. Thank you, my family. Let's see if I have any Facebook challenges. Okay, so no Facebook challenges. Let's see if I have any. If anybody set to my YouTube challenges. So Facebook people just talk, as you might imagine.
From the north and to the south, many Black people moved to the north. We got things popping up there. We had the Harlem Renaissance. We got Detroit popping, Cleveland popping, Philadelphia popping. We get some of these northern cities popping. We're still the dominant population in many of these northern cities, and we know how to go back down south. We don't flee. We move and exercise our rights as citizens in our country. So yeah, a lot of us go back and forth. This is our country. We can do that. We don't flee to other people's nations and then start claim jumping, sir. That makes sense?
Fleeing up north? Fleeing up north?
How is that fleeing in our own country?
You fled from where it was bad. So what makes you think that Africans won't flee for where it's bad to come to see a better life in the United States?
The North was just as bad. They just had better economic opportunities up in the North. But the racism was still there. We weren't running from racism. We had race riots up in the North. The same National Guard that was in the South was the same National Guard we fought in the North, sir. So we didn't run from anything. We just wanted to go get better jobs instead of just sitting out there doing agrarian work in the South. So we didn't flee nothing. And we went back and forth to the South and the North, sir. We're not like you. We didn't just abandon the homeland altogether and pledge allegiance to a whole new nation. No. We stayed on our nation business. This is our shit. All of it, every inch of it is ours. And going from state to state is called exercising your rights. You see how that works?
I exercise my rights. I came over here to the United States. This is my country just as much as yours. And we do share lineage. Yeah.
No. You came here as an immigrant to something that my family built from the ground up. So it was a one-sided thing. You didn't benefit me whatsoever. Let's get that straight. We're not the same. My family stood on business, suffered, and put blood equity in the soil of this country to make it possible for you to come here. All you did was pull up a plate and eat. I didn't benefit from you one iota. So we're different, sir. Do you understand that?
The anti-African Black Americans have continuously perpetuated, whether that be boys in the hood calling Africans booty scratchers, is disgusting, and as well as
Sir,
the bullying over young.
foundational Black Americans have been the only people that's been consistently fighting for African people, sir. There's no the liberation movements over there. We were the ones sparking that. It was Black people working with the UN to help people get their charter for independence over there. It was Black musicians and entertainers fighting to end apartheid. It was Black people going over there sparking some of the revolutions. It was Black people going over there lending their talent to feed people. I just talked about this, the We Are the World project. The biggest superstars in the world, Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie, wrote the song We Are the World and donated their time to feed Ethiopia. That was what that was for. Sir, we've done way more than enough. I don't want to hear about all that bullshit. Malcolm X went over there trying to break bread with people. We've been the ones. Patrice Lumumba, when he came over here, he was going to a damn HBCU. So we've always embraced the people over there and tried to give them some game. When the first African immigrants came over here, we were funding that. We were raising money with Black churches, having them stay with us in our homes, making sure they were good and safe. I don't want to hear all of that. Brothers like Muhammad Ali, they went over there and had to rumble in the jungle to bring resources and shine over there to Africa when they were taking those boxing matches over there in the early 70s. We've always put Africa on the spotlight and showed them shine. We don't want to hear that bullshit. And then what we get in return is Myron Gaines. Y'all send that type of crap over here to us. You see?
Well, either way, expect Africans to claim FBA.
That's not going to work because we can tell. Number one, we can tell by the way you lied. You came in lying. And that's another thing. If you want to get rid of the damn janky, scammy stereotypes, don't be stereotyped. Don't come in lying. You came in talking about FBA as a group and I own it and I'm the leader. So you come in the room lying and then y'all wonder why we want to delineate from that lying, scamming mindset. So we can tell that you ain't from our lineage just by your disposition, all of that lying and scamming all over the damn place. So get your mind right. Respect the lineage. And I know you're trying to figure out how to claim our lineage, but that's not going to work because we're checking everybody's paperwork. All right.
We can easily claim it because we share the same lineage. You are African. So
I am not an African. I'm not a continental African, sir. I have not lived on Africa. No African nation has given me any welcome to come over there and get citizenship. I am not no damn African. I am a foundational Black American. My family fought for me to still chill and kick it and thrive in the country that they built. I am a foundational Black American, sir. Everything about American culture comes from foundational Black Americans. This is my homeland, sir, and you're welcome. Because we made a way for you to come over here to get the hell away from Africa. Nobody's more anti-African than a goddamn tether. That's why you ain't over there, sir. Right?
I can claim FBA.
No, you can't, sir. No, you can't. The only FBA you can claim is fufu, biryani, and ass smell, because that's what you got over there in your apartment. All right? You're not a foundational Black American and you will never be. All right. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it.
We have the same link.
No, we don't have shit. All right. I'm telling y'all, these people, they want to cosplay. They want to cosplay us so damn bad. You know, family, somebody sent me a video link of a dude, a Nigerian dude, who actually does online courses on how to teach other Africans how to use our slang. This dude has whole courses. It almost looked like a parody, but he got like flashcards and the whole nine on how to use foundational Black American slang words. You did? But yeah, a lot of these cats try to cosplay as us. See, that ain't gonna work because we can tell. We can tell by your disposition. Now, some of the women, they can kind of get away with it a little bit because some of the tether women, they can put on wigs and lace fronts and they can put on a lot of makeup and stuff like that. So they can kind of blend in. You can hide behind makeup and hair. The dudes can't do that. You know what? You know what you can notice? You notice a lot of dudes running around with do-rags. I see a lot of these non-FBA gamer dudes, these dudes who are gamers, and you notice, I want you to notice, a lot of these non-FBA dudes, they run around here wearing do-rags outside. That's one way you can tell somebody's a tether. Because number one, foundational Black Americans, we don't wear do-rags out no more. We don't wear do-rags as fashion statements no more. That's played out. We used to wear that in the late 90s, early 2000s. You don't see FBAs ain't walking around using do-rags. There's no fashion accessory no more. We cut that shit out in 2005. But you see some of these dudes running around here with do-rags outside, usually as a tether, and they do that for two reasons. They're about a couple of decades behind the times. Also, they use those do-rags to cover up them goddamn hairlines. You understand?
Yeah.
Because they know they like the women. The women put on wigs, but them tethers, they know them hairlines speak volumes. They know that them foreheads and them janky non-FBA hairlines are very pronounced, and we can look at them hairlines and realize that they're not from the lineage. I'm telling you, look under them damn do-rags. They have them do-rags on real tight. They're covering up them damn non-FBA hairlines. Yeah. That's a way you can tell. That's one way. And there's other ways. You know, dudes got on a dress suit with flip-flops and just a little shit like that. Yeah, there's other ways you can tell. And also watch the slang. Some of the slang, when they are over enunciating the slang, sometimes the slang, it doesn't even flow natural. That's how you can tell too. That's why a lot of times when folks call up here, they're trying to talk in slang, and I can immediately tell that they're from somewhere else. I'm like, hey man, I hear a little accent in there. Where you from? Are you from Jamaica? Usually about 8 times out of 10, I can guess where they're from, even when they're trying to disguise their accent. You see? But it's very interesting. These cats are hell-bent on cosplaying, man, as foundational Black Americans. All right, let's get that guy Mike in the building. That guy Mike. Hop on that guy Mike.
Oh, shoot. Appreciate you bringing up a honky like me to talk.
All right. So, no, where you from, Mike?
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Okay. And are you an Irish guy or German?
Irish and Slavic.
Okay.
So, I guess talking to what the other guy was saying, everything else like that. I mean, what he's saying of just like, okay, African roots, all like that. You better identify all that shit. It's like me talking to like people over in Ireland or Slovakia and all that shit, and acting like I know what they're saying. Right. I don't.
That's very interesting because white people are not told to, you better identify as Irish. White people, they'll have Irish ancestry, and hell, white people come over here in like 1920, and you ain't never spoke to nobody Irish in your family since. That's another thing. Y'all don't have no connection to the people in Europe at all, do you?
Man, that ended with my grandparents. Like that was the last time they really had that. And frankly, like I said, all my poor and drunk ancestors that grew up in Philly, I got no connection to them. Like I don't know any of that shit. But foundational Black Americans, it's at least to me the way I look at it is the fact that like you want to know a foundational Black American is the fact that American government went and created Liberia, said, hey, we got a spot for you back where you came from and everything else like that. Liberia, liberation, all that shit. And the fact is that y'all stayed.
Right. You didn't go for that.
Y'all stayed. because you knew, and the fact is, like, living in Baltimore, especially, really unique area and all that stuff, was a combination of both free Black Americans, enslaved Black Americans, and everything else like that. Really complicates it. Like it, like yeah, it's like you guys basically made the city what it is.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, by the way. But they play this game with us like we're supposed to claim Africa. We ain't been nowhere near Africa for centuries, if at all, by the way, because there are a lot of Black Aboriginals here. And this dude, he lied about Lucia woman. Lucia woman has Negro features, and nothing has ever changed about that. But white people, dude, when white people get over here, white people have zero connection with what's going on over there in Europe. They don't rock with them at all. Let's get it. Yasir. Yasir. Hop in, Yasir.
How you doing, man?
I'm good, Yasir. What's
Okay, I think I found it. I think I found it.
Kind of cut off right
Oh,
there.
there. I said, what's going on with you, Yasin? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So first of all, with the I agree with some of the points that you're making, right?
Yeah.
I feel like over centuries of people being in a different land, you kind of build your own different ethnogenesis and culture.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? Like we are different.
Right.
Even though centuries ago we might have came from the same place, like we are different because of the cultures that were established over time.
Mm-hmm.
But my whole my whole shtick with the FBA movement is that like I feel like personally they're more focused on um not necessarily disrespecting, but
Okay,
like
I got what I want.
I feel like they look at Africans as their enemy more than the real enemy. Like I feel like we both have a common enemy. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true because, first of all, there's 43 million foundational Black
Okay, I'm
Americans.
ready.
You don't know what everybody's thinking at all. There's some people,
That's true.
there's a lot of foundational Black Americans. They're still supporting.
All right, so I'm gonna let this got 6 more minutes. So I'm gonna cook on Candace Owens, DJ Focus, and the Saints, the guy who we just watched demolish the trucker that did nothing for Black folks, and the other guy who called in defending St. Umar did a lot, right? So now that's from Unbiased Sports. I could rock with you with something that I agree with, but that don't mean I rock with you. And I think he did great. But that don't mean I rock with you with everything you do. And the same thing with me. Some things you're gonna like that I say and defend and believe in, and other things you're not gonna like. And that's okay. That's what makes us FBA ADOS. We're not a monolith. We have different opinions on how we look at the world. And my differences of opinions on how I look at the world shouldn't intimidate you or make you feel shamed or insecure. You should stand on your beliefs and opinions as well. That's what makes it different. So you're going to see that we're going to have differences of opinions on different things as we continue to do live streams and I talk about different things. We're going to definitely agree on lineage, right, and reparations and being on code, but we're going to disagree on small things, and it's okay. We shouldn't be intimidated by another woman's position. So the Saint, DJ Focus, and Candace Owens, they're all, so you got this long ongoing debate, pro-life, pro-choice. I'm pro-choice, but I'm not ignorant to pro-life arguments. I understand why they hold their position. See, but a lot of pro-life folks, they're not really understanding of the pro-choice argument. And this is where I have the advantage because I don't let emotions distract me or limit my research. All right. So I'm going to first play, after this dialogue right here, Tariq has, I'm going to first play a debate with Mark Lamont Hill with Candace Owens on this topic. Then I'm gonna play my discussion, a brief discussion with myself and DJ Focus on this topic. And then you're gonna hear the Saint express why he's for pro-life. That's fair? So you get to hear Mark Lamont Hill, position for pro-choice, debating Candace Owens. You get to hear her position on pro-life. You get to hear myself debate really briefly, DJ Focus, I'm pro-choice, he's pro-life. And then you get to hear the Saint explain why he's super pro-life. All right. Then I'm going to rebound and address it all.
Of African people. We wish you well. We don't want nothing bad to happen to you. But a lot of us now are looking to see what tangibles we can get for our lineage. We're just advocating for ourselves because we've done so much. You understand? Now, you're Somali, right? There you go. But yeah, there's 43 million of us. So there's not a monolithic mindset. There's not an ideology of foundational Black American. It's just a lineage, man. Some people are cool, some people are assholes, some people are pro-African, some people are anti-African. There's a lot of us. There's a big spectrum, and we're very diverse people. But the thing is, we don't target people based on their ethnicity. We're getting some straightening because we've been targeted by everybody. See, everybody wants to say, oh, let's all get together, divisiveness. The problem is everybody has been coming over here othering us. It's all about coming over here benefiting off the things that we fought for and built. But then when people get their resources, it's stay away from the Akata, stay away from the Yanks. Over there in East Africa, y'all call us Jareers and Abids. I know what y'all say, because we had to deal with some of your Somali brothers on these spaces for years, and we had to get them straight. So
But like when we use that word, I don't know about the Akata and all that. That's not my culture. When you said what?
The Akata is more West African. East,
Yeah.
the Abids and Jareers and all of that.
Yeah, no, the word about Jared is just, I feel like, okay, so like, when like, okay, so cultures and languages are different because like if I can go in front of a crowd in America and tell a joke and then I can like translate it specifically to Japanese and go to a Japanese crowd, and that crowd they wouldn't resonate with the joke the same way that like an American crowd would, because the cultures aren't the same, right? And so like in Somalia, when people use these words, I don't really think it's like a derogatory term. Like I feel like it's really an internet thing when people like take the word Jader and like they like try to make it seem like it's some type of derogatory term when it's really just, go
It
ahead.
is. I don't like when y'all do that. It's a derogatory term. It is.
Can I okay, so
Because it's always used as an insult. Just like the West Africans try to act like a kata ain't an insult. I hate when they do that because it's always used in a negative connotation every single time. So yeah, it is. That's fine. Just say that. It's always, you're not only.
and there's some validity to what you're saying.
Right.
It's more of like, okay, like when I came to, now I didn't come to America. I was born and raised in America. I'm first
Yeah.
generation. But like growing up, like the African American kids, they would see me, oh, African booty scratcher and whatnot, this, that, and the third.
Oh boy.
It's more of just like
The mysterious.
it's not like, oh, like,
African booty
oh, you're this. Like it's not like, I don't think it's necessarily derogatory because our culture, the way we use words, we just describe people the way that we see it. Like we don't call only specifically Black Americans Jader. Like when we see like West Africans or Southern Africans, we also call them that word. And on top of that, like in the word, so like East Asians, like Japanese, Koreans, Chinese, Malaysian, etc. The word that we use for them, like, right, like there's a word that we use when we're describing those people. We use a word called indiyar, and indiyar is two words. It's small eyes. Like we call them like, oh, they got small eyes. Like that's how we descript those people. Like that's how we see them that's just the way that we descript those people. Like when we're talking about Mexicans, we say Dirby Kabod. Dirby Kabod means border hoppers because you know what you can put
Yes,
two and two
man.
together. Like it's
Yeah.
more like our culture, the way that we use words is like we descript people based on how we're
Con
introduced to these
spaghetti.
people. You know what I'm saying? Or like how we see these people. Because like
What do you
in
want?
Somalia, you see people with a certain type of hair texture, and then you see other
You
people
want more
that
photos?
don't look like you. You just describe them how you can describe them. And like I don't think that's necessarily derogatory. I don't think it's I mean you could deem it disrespectful, but that's subjective at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
but yeah, thank you. But yeah, it's derogatory. It's derogatory because it's you always, and when kids use African booty scratch, a lot of times we use that on each other, and that's something that kids do. Kids will taunt each other because you never see adults don't really run around using that, but kids will say African booty scratch. But they're friend. That's American. We have a culture of roasting each other. You know, so yeah, we'll call you an African booty scratcher, a big head bitch, or whatever. But we'll be your best friend doing that. That's just a part of roasting culture. When y'all sit up here calling us Jareers and the beads and all of that, it's adults doing it, and they're being very hostile all across the board.
You've heard the buzz. You've seen the media stories. Now experience the truth for yourself. Microphone Check, the critically acclaimed documentary uncovering the true origins of hip-hop. Available now on Blu-ray and streaming on...
Okay, just in time. Just in time. Let's get into it. We're going to deal with this right here. Okay? All right, all right, all right. Let me see if I can make it better. Shoot, I mean, I hate when I do that shit, man. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Let's see if I can get this right. I'm going to show you the hypocrisy with those. By the way, who wants the phone number? If you are pro-life, let me see that fun. We're going to have a fun debate. I ain't going to cook y'all too bad. But if you are pro-life, please, let's have a fun, friendly debate. Okay? Where are my sisters? Where is Star Child, Atara? Mm-hmm. Trying to do a better thumbnail. Mm-hmm. Just working on my thumbnail. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, that might be cool. Okay. Just trying to enhance the thumbnail, if you don't mind. I don't mind. Just trying to enhance thumbnail. Oh, that's dope. Okay, I like that. Okay, I got it. Okay. I got it. I got it. I mean, it's okay. It's better. Because it lets us know what we're talking about. Right there. Boom. Right there. Right? I got the thumbnail out the way. I got a big beat. Let's see if I can attract some insane white folks over here. Just into this. ProLife. Any ProChoices? Nope. Yeah, okay. Okay. Planned Parenthood. I'm gonna tag Planned Parenthood. Let me just try to get this in some folks' search feeds. You dig? And this is gonna start some trouble right here. There's some folks, not everybody. Some folks are mature enough to handle this conversation. Okay, that's the last one, right? Oh. There we go. Let me tag Candace Owens. This one is DJ Focus. I want to tag. Oh, there we go. I got it. Okay. I got it. Got them tagged in there. Everything was a cop. She was disrespectful. Yeah, bro. How about this? I was aware of the term African booty scratcher, but I've never heard anybody use it towards anybody else ever in my life. Not even amongst FBAs. Like I heard the term, but I never heard it like being said to somebody, you know, in like a mean spirit. I never heard somebody call somebody that they didn't know. Because I'm thinking like maybe my sister called me that. I'm trying to give room for like a possibility before I say never. But in school, I ain't never heard nobody call somebody another. I never heard a person call another person an African booty scratcher in all of my schooling. Never heard that. Okay. Okay, I think not. I did my tags. I did my tags. Let's talk about. Let's talk about. Oh. All right. Let's talk about pro-life, pro-choice. Okay. You all borrow your arguments from Candace Owens, so why not just play Candace Owens? That's what I say. Okay. All right. So it's about right here. About right here. All right, let's get it. Let's pop it off. You ready? Yes. Yeah, throw his ball outside. Go. He gonna run get it. Throw it hard. Good job. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. You spaghetti ready? Uh-oh. Your spaghetti ready. Mm-hmm. Ready. It's like here? Yeah, you can play. All right, yeah, this noodles is finished on time. I didn't want to overcook them. Then his noodles are cooked, and you guys' weak argument for pro-life is about to be cooked. Okay. Okay. When people pitch the pro-life arguments, they normally misrepresent science. They lie. They become emotional. They become super religious. It's like, what are we debating so I can win? Like, how are we? Are we debating feelings, emotions? Are we debating religion? Like, what angle are we debating so I can win? Are we debating conspiracy theories like DJ Focus? What are we debating so I can win? You'll see that they even argue different angles. So luckily Candace and other folks are not like super, even when I played the Saint argument, luckily they are not super conspiracy theorists. But when you're a black nationalist and you are anti-abortionist, they become the major conspiracy theorists. Where's the fork? Over here. Go eat. Alrighty. Alrighty, everybody. Okay, I'm back. I'm ready. Who's ready? Oh, let me change the title of the video so it can reflect what we're talking about. Let me just, because if folks come in and we're talking about, if the title still says Africanized FBAs, they're like, wait, why are they talking about abortion? That shit. All right, now we're done. We're Okay, yeah, so the name has changed. Good. All right, we're ready. We're ready. Okay. So whoever follows, matter of fact, let me send this link to the #1 op Focus. Okay, he's the #1 op when it comes to this. Go. Okay. We're ready now. We're ready. Make sure I got the right iPad. Speaking to. All right. So this is your girl, Candace Owens. So who respects her as an intellectual? I'll pray for you.
Lawsuit, and I am following. At this point, it's a very interesting lawsuit, and I am following it and reporting on it. But you seem to be doing this thing where when I report on things that are happening, you pretend like I am the primary source. Like the journalist worked on this for 3 years. I'm not going to say what the journalist said or how they got to this conclusion. But Candace tweeted about it, and how could she tweet it? Oh, this guy filed the lawsuit with pictures. I didn't actually read the lawsuit with the pictures, but I'm pretending that Candace's Twitter was the source for this lawsuit. It's kind of a nonsense.
Here's the difference between me and you.
So what he's doing is he's calling out her unprofessionalism when it comes to journalists, just like IBM and DJ Focus. They misrepresent information on purpose to push their narratives on purpose. They'll lie and misrepresent something on purpose to push their narrative. Watch. Piers Morgan, caught her out here.
Actually been a reporter for many, many years. You never have. So when you say you report on these things, I can tell you no journalist who's an actual reporter would read a legal filing and then do a tweet which states as fact in their own words, he's not in jail because he's a Fed CIA asset. Can you try to tell everyone? That's not reporting on a lawsuit. That is stating your own personal opinion. And if you don't know the difference.
So he just cooked her on poor journalism. He just cooked her on misrepresenting the facts, adding your opinion to the facts. This is what IBM does. This is what DJ Focus does. This is what most of these folks do. They twist their opinion in the facts. How about state the facts and then give your opinion? So he caught her out there. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make a clip out of this.
Difference is because you're not a reporter. I am. And you try to tell everyone that's not reporting on a lawsuit. I am. A reporter would read a legal filing and so when you say you report on these things, I can tell you I don't think you do. So when you say you report on these things, I can tell you no journalist who's an actual reporter would read a legal filing and then do a tweet which states as fact in their own words, he's not in jail because he's a Fed CIA asset. Can you try to tell everyone? That's not reporting on a lawsuit. That is stating your own personal opinion. And if you don't know the difference, it's because you're not a reporter. I am.
Well, now we've arrived at your professionality. I guess Piers, tell me more. What school did you go to? Tell me more.
I went to Harlow Journalism
to back
College in Essex in England.
Well, then we better listen to you guys. You heard him. We got to trust the experts. And Piers has been a reporter and he went to a journalistic law school. And therefore, whatever conclusions he makes are the professional and the correct ones. And you should definitely listen to Piers Morgan.
I do know the difference between reporting on a lawsuit where you're one removed from the contents of a lawsuit and stating something as fact. But I don't think you do. So when you say you report on these things,
cooked her, yo.
Difference is because you're not a reporter.
He cooked
I
her.
am.
Horrible, and you guys make the same mistake when you come on here talking to me. I am an unbiased researcher. If I have a position and the research goes against my position, guess what? I don't modify the research. I modify my position because of the revealing research. I'm different than these folks. All right. One more time.
Reporter would read between me.
Report on Epstein. At this point,
he cooked it.
It's a very interesting lawsuit, and I am following it and reporting on it. But you seem to be doing this thing where when I report on things that are happening, you pretend like I am the primary source. Like the journalist worked on this for 3 years. I'm not going to tell you what the journalist said or how they got to this conclusion. But Candace tweeted about it, and how could she tweet it? Oh, this guy filed the lawsuit with pictures. I didn't actually read the lawsuit with the pictures, but I'm pretending that Candace's Twitter was the source for this lawsuit. It's kind of a nonsense.
Here's the difference between me and you. I've actually been a reporter for many, many years. You never have. So when you say you report on these things, I can tell you no journalist who's an actual reporter would read a legal filing and then do a tweet which states as fact in their own words, he's not in jail because he's a Fed CIA asset. Can you try to tell everyone? That's not reporting on a lawsuit. That is stating your own personal opinion. And if you don't know the difference, it's because you're not a reporter. I am.
Well, now we've arrived at your professionality. I guess Piers, tell me more. What school did you go to? Tell me more.
I went to Harlow Journalism College in Essex in England.
Well, then we better listen to you guys. You heard him. We got to trust the experts. And Piers has been a reporter and he went to a journalistic law school. And therefore, whatever conclusions he makes are the professional and the correct ones. And you should definitely listen to Piers Morgan.
I do know the difference between reporting on a lawsuit where you're one removed from the contents of a lawsuit and stating something as fact. But I don't think you do because you've never actually been a reporter. That's my point.
Ooh, burn. You got me. You go, girlfriend.
Yes,
Let's talk about Ukraine. I don't understand why.
He got you, Candace. He set you straight. So I'm setting the stage. This is you see her poor research skills, her poor investigative journalist skills. This is the woman y'all listen to for your information. All right, I just set the stage right there. Let's go. She's going to exercise those poor debating research skills with Mark Lamont Hill. what Candace does, as you see right here, she's good at talking over you in debate.
Your freedom is not granted to you by a state. It's the exact opposite. Actually, the right to life is divine. And so that instantly for me, when you start talking about reproductive rights, that's like a very colloquial way of trying to present child murder. And so I've talked about this on my show. I mean, we look back on past civilizations like the Aztecs and the fact that they sacrificed children literally to the rain gods. Like they would just slaughter 26,000 children, and kill them because they thought that if we killed these children, then it would rain. We're doing much of the same stuff right now in this society, except we're killing more children and we're sacrificing them for things like my career. I mean, we've had actresses standing on stages holding trophies. I think it was Michelle, I can't think of her last name, who stood up on a stage and said, if I didn't have this abortion, I wouldn't have won this trophy. That's demonic. That is absolutely demonic. If I didn't kill my child, I wouldn't have won this trophy is demonic. And so what's really happened is that people that actually worship Satan, and I'm not saying that in a funny way, have repurposed arguments through the lens of.
In order for pro-life people to be right in their argument, they got to always use excessive violent language to draw a reaction from the listeners. Murdering, killing. They got to use these terms. They can't use scientific terms. They got to use their personal terms to draw a reaction, an emotion from you to make you believe what they're saying is actually true.
What you're describing of like, well, it's a reproductive right. They're using language to really just do things that are utterly demonic. And I would say that it is ironic because in order to be ideologically consistent, and I know one topic of area that you and I agree on very much is that what's happening to the children of Gaza is wrong. Right. Yeah. So how you can say you got to either be pro-life or against life, right? You got to be pro-innocent life or against innocent life, right? Pro-innocent life for me means that I'm going to fight so that people are awakened to the fact that all of us were severely propagandized in school. I was pro-choice too, so I don't come from a place of judgment when I say that. I come from a place of understanding and re-examining how these ideas that are not natural were put into my head, that a woman should ever have a child ripped out of her womb. They are poisoned, they are torn limb from limb, and they can feel pain. We live in a society where you will see people outside marching in the streets if a dog is hit, and yet in a society where people casually talk about children being ripped from their mother's womb, which is the one place that they should be the safest. And the reality is that the most unsafe place in society, because you talk a lot about Black people and their issues, the most unplaced safe for a Black child in American society is in its mother's womb. And that is horrific, and it should be reversed.
Here's my issue with that, and there's several. And the person you're talking about is Michelle Williams, the actress, the white actress, not the singer in Destiny's Child. Just for people to know, I don't want Michelle Williams to get a whole bunch of hate mail. What she said was, because of my reproductive choices, right? Because I had reproductive freedom and choices, I was able to engage in the career that I want. I think the
pro-life people, they got to take things out of context. And you'll see this with Focus and everybody else, IBM, they got to take things out of context again to provide that shocking moment. Like they're trying to appeal to your emotions. They just can't have an intellectual conversation about the topic. They always got to make it appeal to your emotions.
Problem is, and this is the problem I think with the left and the right, is sort of how we strategically deploy this language and also how we strategically deploy these ideologies. Specifically, this idea that, well, we want to protect children in Gaza, or we want to protect children, a dog on the street, but we don't want to protect the human life in a woman. We want to rip that one out. I think another way to think about it, and I think the debates that have been ensuing for decades, centuries now, is partially about what constitutes life. And for some of us, life is constituted in
that's the fine line that you guys don't understand. So that's why I asked the folks, the sister the other day. I said, well, it starts at what you believe is life, because that's the semantics. He's murdering these babies, abortion's murdering. Well, what is life? Because if it's not life, you're not murdering anything. Okay, so that becomes a stumbling block for pro-lifers. Is what is life? Because what is life to them is either a religious perspective or it's their own personal opinion. It's not backed by science. So good job, Mark. We might have to point that out.
Some of it is, and for some of us, life is constituted in the womb. Some of it is at conception. Some of it, it's the thought of it. And for some people, it's much further along in the process. And so I don't want to assign to people who support abortion this idea that, yeah, these are full grown babies and we don't care and we're killing them. I think they begin from a very different scientific and.
Yeah, the basic science is this: if you have to kill it, it's alive.
Well,
that's probably the easiest way. If you have to do something to kill it, it's alive, right? So if it's dead, there's nothing you don't have to do anything. It's dead, right? Because if it's dead, it can't keep growing. So if you have to get a doctor to go in and kill it, it's because it's alive.
The question is, what is the it, and whether it constitutes a baby, whether it constitutes life. And for some people, to be clear, I'm not making the case for abortion or against it. I'm simply saying that the people who operate from that perspective have a very different take on this. And for me, as a man, I've made the decision that it's just not my call. It is, and that is wrong. Hold on. I want to finish the other part of the thought. I think the logical inconsistency that I see is actually often on the right, where they are passionately pro-life for pregnant mothers or impregnated mothers, women who test positive on the pregnancy test, however you want to talk about it. But the moment that baby is born, they vote against prenatal care, they vote against Head Start, they vote against early childhood education. They don't do anything to stop the morbidity rates. They fight against food security. They fight, they amplify food deserts. They support public policies that reduce the possibility of life. And so it sounds to me oftentimes that the right isn't pro-life, they're just anti-abortion.
Okay, so I think you're being well-meaning, and I think that a lot of people who hold your perspectives have not fully thought through the entire picture. You see this a lot where you see people that are saying we need government solutions, we need to have early education, government programs to help, and they haven't yet realized that the entire problem was created by governments. You're going back to the same source of the problem.
All right, so that's argument number one. So as you can see, they just can't be honest. All right, here's part two. This is myself and DJ Focus. Watch this. Watch the disingenuous part in DJ Focus. And when I caught him out there, all he did was make up excuses why he was wrong. He just can't, there's no, you want to talk about narcissist? This dude just cannot be wrong.
For promoting those judges.
No, I'm not, because the difference, what you're saying, which I just explained to you, is that the eugenics have to take an active, aggressive approach of extermination. They can't wipe people off the planet through cohabitation alone.
DJ Focus takes the extreme left, right-wing position, right? That Candace Owens and the Saint doesn't take. Well, I know Candace Owens doesn't take it. The Saint, we'll see. But the average debate over pro-life and pro-choice is about just what's morally correct and wrong for that particular individual. DJ Focus and these black nationalists, they extend it to genocide of a black race. It's like, yo, what? How do you go from something being moral or immorally wrong, or an action that came about, and a quote unquote irresponsible action that came about that got to lead to a decision, whether pro-life or pro-choice? How did that spawn into something so far right that you're trying to tie genocide of an entire race through this pro-choice, pro-life debate? Is wild. And this is why only wild people take this position. When you see most debates, especially in the intellectual realm, nobody takes that wild black nationalist perspective. Because you got to do so much lying and taking out of context to even make it an argument, which you'll see.
We are the debunking of eugenics. We are the debunking of Darwin's evolutionary theory. We're not eugenicists. That makes no sense. I'm telling you the power of black people. I'm not telling you that that's my global mission, that we're going to march into every white nation.
The power of black people. I told you, black masters. Now we're like superheroes.
Neighborhood and say, bring your daughter out here, goddamn it, it's trenches. Drop them draws.
Yeah, even your boy, your boy Blue Devil, your boy Blue Devil said, DJ Focus, you lost this one. That's
So you
eugenics.
wrong, yeah, but I just, I just said,
that's eugenics, my man. That's definition.
All right, but that was before Blue Devil just heard me what I just said, my rebuttal, which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put something.
So he likes to mix and mingle different ideas that are unrelated. So he's trying to mix eugenics, the idea of eugenics, with the idea of abortions. Okay, but only when it comes to black people. So when abortions are performed on any other race, he doesn't see it as eugenics on that race, or extermination or genocide on that race. Only when we do it, again, that's what makes him an extremist, a hardcore, excessive extremist, not to be taken serious. And when you have extremist ideas like that, your research is most likely going to be piss poor, because there is no credible research that substantiates something as crazy as that. So look at the mistakes he got to make in order to prove that point.
I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your communities.
Okay, so you heard him very clear. He said they put 79% of abortion clinics in your black communities, right? So now I'm sharing my screen. It says, and this is a huge jump. It says only 9% of abortion clinics were located in majority black neighborhoods. While, I got to change colors, because I want y'all to be color coded. While 60% of abortion clinics are in majority white neighborhoods. So according to the stats, it's basically the opposite of what he just said. So now you got to ask yourself, how can one make a mistake like that? So I told you, in order to be right with these outlandish, extreme, pseudo conspiracy theorist ideas, in order to be right, you have to do a lot of lying and a lot of misrepresentation or research. Really bad research. So bad research, misrepresenting the research, and just lying. He said 79% of abortion clinics are located in black majority neighborhoods. We're reading a small, tiny bit, or actually are 9%. While an overwhelmingly majority of abortion clinics are actually in white neighborhoods. So DJ Focus, what does that mean? Does that mean that, because you said abortion clinics is all about extermination and genocide. So now we know majority of abortion clinics are in white neighborhoods. Are you telling me that white folks are trying to exterminate white folks? This is why, guys, stop believing stuff that feels good. Just believe what's true. And yes, everything that's true is not going to feel good. But that's life. You got to accept reality, accept the facts, accept what's factual, and just move on. So you see clear as day, it says basically the opposite what he's saying. But let's keep going. He's going to double down, triple down, and I'm going to eventually respond to him and point it out and watch the excuses he makes. Kind of like, well, at least Candace Owens, at least when Piers Morgan embarrassed her on her poor research, poor journalist skills. She didn't make up any excuses. But focus, watch this.
People. They put so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community exterminating black people. They put, which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
Eugenics, man. Your boy Blue Devil said, DJ Focus, you lost this one. That's
So you
eugenics.
wrong, yeah, but I just, I just said,
that's eugenics, man. That's definition.
All right, but that was before Blue Devil just heard me what I just said, my rebuttal, which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your communities. They are
Well, you just made that up. Right.
No,
you just made that up. You keep saying that.
So you see, I counted right away. I said, dude, you just made that up. You said 79%. I'm looking at 9%. You said 79%. So my rebuttal was, or my response was, yo, you made that up. He said, no, I didn't. So he's acting like he's actually reading this somewhere, that 79% of abortion clinics are throughout black society, black neighborhoods.
Their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your communities.
That's a wild claim.
They are
Well, you just made that up. Right.
No,
you just made that up. You keep saying.
Okay. So let's go on.
I'm gonna have to be stuck to 1 minute after y'all went for
All right,
2 minutes because
so
there's 1 minute
hold that
apiece.
point up. All right, hold that point up. Because my new name is Barry Bonds. I'm about to knock you out the park. Okay, so this is the Gut Master Institute. Claim that most abortion clinics are located in black or Hispanic neighborhoods.
You see what I'm reading? You see what I'm reading on the actual live? Claim that most abortion clinics are located. I'm going to read exactly this and then the bottom of it. So I'm going to read what he's misrepresenting on purpose and lying about the article. I'm going to read it as it says. Watch.
Barry Bonds, about to knock the dude out the park.
Starting at the top, I said, call me Barry Bonds because I'm about to knock the dude out the park. So I'm going to start with claim that most abortion clinics, because he goes with conspiracy theory websites. He goes to Candace Owens and all these crazy folks. Watch this.
Okay, so this is the Gut Master Institute. Claim that most abortion clinics are located in black or Hispanic neighborhoods is false. Gut Master Advisory updated in June 2014. Okay, key findings. About 6 in 10 abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of the residents are white. Your research is piss poor, my man. You can't fuck with me on no level. Fewer than
the
one
Gut Master Institute.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Look how he just, just like, yes. Yeah, good job. Just like Candace Owens, they just scream and talk over you when they're caught. They can never just have a civil dialogue. It's always scream over you and cause this chaos, this confusion, so nobody understands what's true and what's false. So as now he went to explain all this stuff. He went freely. Now I go, he talks right over me because he's busted, lying.
Okay, key findings. About 6 in 10 abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of the residents are white. Your research is piss poor, my man. You can't fuck with me on no level. Fewer than
the
one
Gut Master Institute.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done.
ProChoice.
Do it now. I'm going to miss it. Because you cut in. I'm going to miss it.
Yeah, this guy is wild.
Meet you. I bodied you. I bodied. He's a clown. Let me share my screen.
Spanish or anything between.
Let me share my screen
They're
to this guy.
wrong.
This guy pseudo is
Abortions are wrong.
I'm biased.
Yeah.
You got to give it to him though, because you essentially asked him what's the methodology behind how they arrived at that number, and he gave you withering detail right there. Like I can't imagine anything
How?
being
I
in
didn't give you no withering detail. I gave you the 2010 census, okay, which is what the Guttmacher report used. Then we give you a detailed map of where everything is at. Then you can drop in. Hold up, bro. Then you can
stop yelling though, bro. We
hold
good.
on. The dude is trying to support DJ Focus in their live, and he's so out of control, unchained, and unhinged. He's coming at a guy who's trying to help his argument, which is still bad. Ew.
But then, all right, then hold on. Because then you can use this to drop in on each neighborhood and show where exactly it's at.
Yeah, you
talk
scored,
about
you
withering
scored a point,
details.
my boy. Hey, you gotta know when you won, bro. Like you
well,
scored.
Thank you. I appreciate scoring that point.
You hit a and 1-3 right there, dog. You won, bro.
All
He
right,
got to
thank you.
come back now.
Oh, he got to come back. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he got to come. So the government would be a source outside of the website, right? That DJ Focus put up. True or not true?
Yeah.
Okay. So that.
What link? Look, this guy talking. No link. Let me share my screen.
The qualifier that Focus just mentioned, which is being within walking distance, whereas the source Focus provided was pretty much restricted specifically to Planned Parenthood facilities. So you're gonna have
So that was it right there. So Focus was yelling about the Guttmacher Institute statistics. Hi. But the information, now that's what he was saying. But the source he used was from Planned Parenthood. Now in a second, I'm going to show you from ChatGPT the difference between abortion clinics and Planned Parenthood facilities. It's a big difference. So now you guys heard it for yourself. Focus was yelling about the Guttmacher Institute. Okay, he said nothing about Planned Parenthood. So I know he's lying because the Guttmacher Institute says nothing about 79% of their facilities, their clinics are in Black neighborhoods. So his position was abortion clinics. He said the word abortion clinic over and over and over again. I didn't know that he didn't know the difference between an abortion clinic and a Planned Parenthood facility. I'm thinking he knew better, so he's arguing abortion clinics. Let's argue abortion clinics. If you want to argue Planned Parenthood, let's argue Planned Parenthood, but they're not the same. So now the dude that just talking, he pointed out that just then. He said this. So basically, we're arguing we're arguing abortion clinics. And so that means that we're looking at the Guttmacher Institute. But Focus did not provide a Guttmacher Institute. He snuck in a Planned Parenthood source. And this is why everybody's so confused. Like, yo, why is the Guttmacher Institute saying two different things on the same study? Because according to DJ Focus, 79% Guttmacher Institute. And according to Unbiased Ron, myself, 9% Guttmacher Institute. So how can they be that wrong to say 9% and then 79%? Somebody's using a false source. So one more time, watch the dude say Focus is providing a source from Planned Parenthood. So these are slick liars.
Provided was pretty much restricted specific.
Right, so he's either screaming or preaching. That's all. He don't know how to have a conversation. And he gets mad when I meet him. Like, bro, you have to be able to disagree with people and still maintain your professionalism, your composure, and don't preach and don't yell. Just talk. He's all, and when he starts screaming, he believes that I'm this diabolical guy who is a coon, and like that's where he goes with all that, like just personal ad hominem attacks. Like, dude, can we just debate the topic, man? Every topic we ever debated, he always made it about me. About, I'm part of some type of Illuminati. All right.
Qualifier that Focus just mentioned is
I don't care about that. Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. I mean, that doesn't impress me. I mean, it sounds good. I mean, your opinion on Focus.
Why is it going fast? Because no.
I
don't care about that.
Right. No, that's fine. What I'm saying is you can delve into the statistics deeper to see if possibly there was any kind of duplicity there.
Okay.
However, if we're taking this thing on face value, right? The qualifier that Focus just mentioned, which is being within walking distance, whereas the source Focus provided was pretty much restricted specifically to Planned Parenthood facilities. So
you heard him right. He said Planned Parenthood facilities, but look at right here. So you heard that clear. Focus source was about Planned Parenthood facilities, but look what he says right here.
You are a eugenicist.
No, I'm not, because the difference, what you're saying, which I just explained to you, is that the eugenics have to take an active, aggressive approach of extermination. They can't wipe people off the planet through cohabitation alone. We are the debunking of eugenics. We are the debunking of Darwin's evolutionary theory. We're not eugenicists. That makes no sense. I'm telling you the power of black people. I'm not telling you that that's my global mission, that we're going to march into every white neighborhood and say, bring your daughter out here, goddamn it, it's trenching. Drop them draws.
yeah. Even your boy, your boy Blue Devil.
People just heard me what I just said, my rebuttal, which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your communities.
Okay, so you heard him say abortion clinics. Okay, so now let's just clear the confusion. Hold on, let's clear the confusion, because you might be saying, ain't that the same thing? No, it's not. This is why you got to be smart when you're debating me. This is why it's hard for me to lose. I'm just a better researcher than most people. Okay, watch this. The main difference between abortion clinics and Planned Parenthood clinics is the range of services they provide. So you notice it didn't say they're the same thing. There is no difference. It says abortion clinics specialize in abortion services, often offering surgical and medication abortions, may have limited or no other reproductive health services beyond abortion-related care. So all they do is abortions. Can be independent providers. It can be you and I. We can be a doctor that performs these things, or part of a national organization focused solely on abortion access. It's all about abortion alone. Often face legal restrictions and protests due to their specific focus on abortion. You see, so abortion clinics get all of the bad press because they only do abortions. Abortion clinics, it's in the name, abortion clinics. So they get a lot of bad press because all they do is abortion from the critics. Planned Parenthood clinics provide a wide range of reproductive health services, okay? So a wide range, it's not abortions, birth control, STI testing and treatment, cancer screenings, pregnancy counseling, abortion at select locations. So not all Planned Parenthood locations offer abortions. Just because it's called Planned Parenthood doesn't mean it offers abortions. But guess what? All abortion clinics offer abortions. Okay. As services vary by state laws and funding, receive government funding for non-abortion services, unlike many private abortion clinics. So they receive government funding for non-abortion services. Key takeaway: all abortion clinics provide abortions. All means all, right? It's being absolute. But Planned Parenthood clinics offer broader reproductive health care beyond abortion services. That is the difference. They're not the same. They do two different functions, and some Planned Parenthoods don't even do abortions. So this is why I know this is an easy win. This is easy money. Listen to this guy go.
People, they put so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
79% of abortion clinics. So he's not saying Planned Parenthood clinics. He is saying over and over and over, abortion clinics, abortion clinics. So now we're arguing his stat on abortion clinics. He says 79% of abortion clinics are in black communities. I know that's a lie. I know there's only 9%. So that's the debate. The debate has nothing to do with Planned Parenthood. He didn't say Planned Parenthood one time.
Black people. They put.
Matter of fact, he didn't say Planned Parenthood until I said Planned Parenthood, just to show that he's using the wrong article. He's using the wrong source to prove his abortion clinic stats. So I'm gonna play him saying abortion clinics about 2 more times. I'm gonna fast forward back when I got him.
Which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community. Black people. They put 79% of abortion active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
Your boy Blue Devil said DJ Focus, you lost this one. That's
so
eugenics.
You wrong, yeah, but I just said
that's eugenics, man.
So the chat was saying he lost, but again, he gets more irate, more belligerent when he takes an L.
That's definition.
All right, but that was before Blue Devil just heard me what I just said.
This is some years ago, and he still make up excuses about this L today. He'll say he didn't lose.
My rebuttal, which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your communities.
We heard that.
Wait, you just made that up. Yeah,
no,
you just made that up. You keep.
I said you made that up. He said I didn't make it up. I got my sources, but his sources had nothing to do with abortion clinics. So again, we heard the dude over and over, and he was in slow motion. He was speaking about abortion clinics. So if I'm now speaking about abortion clinics because you are, and I think you're wrong, and you are wrong. Look,
was pretty much restricted specifically to Planned Parenthood facilities. So you're going to have a disparity in the numbers just off of that alone.
Watch this.
Okay.
You see that unbiased?
Right. Wait. Right. So hold on. So did he say abortion clinics, or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching?
Okay. So you see, I'm a smart man. I caught that immediately. I said, bro, well, now I'm confused. How is he now arguing for Planned Parenthood? So I said, did he say abortion clinics or Planned Parenthood before we started to research? And the guy who's talking, Hansel or Hancock, whatever his name is a liar himself. He knew that the whole time we were arguing abortions. So now when I asked, he spoke to the moderator, when I asked, hey, were we arguing abortion clinics or Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching? Watch how his response is. And we heard DJ Focus say abortion clinics over and over and over, and even in slow motion. Listen to Hancock's response.
Just off of that alone.
Question.
Okay.
You see that unbiased?
Right. Wait. Right. So hold on. So did he say abortion clinics, or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching?
Well, from what I've heard, folks, you see that unbiased?
Okay, right. Wait, so hold on. So did he say abortion clinics or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching? Wait.
Right.
Okay.
You see that unbiased?
Right. Wait.
Right.
So hold on. So did he say abortion clinics or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching?
Well,
what? It's yes or no?
from what I've heard, Focus have always said his point has always been about Margaret Sanger.
I'm talking. Yeah, but
mission that we're going to march into every white neighborhood and say, "Bring your daughter out
So
here,
here's your
goddamn it,
reminder.
this church. Drop them draws."
you lost.
We can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community, black people. So we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
So why when I ask Hancock straight up, hey, did Focus say abortion clinics or Planned Parenthood facilities when we started to debate? Why Hancock just couldn't say, yeah, man, he said abortion clinics. He's trying to, again, you got a bunch of bad researchers and two liars. Hold on. Yo, yeah, come over here. Don't play over there. Don't go that way. Stay over here. Okay? Don't go by the street. Part of the danger. Yeah. Here. Go and grab the dad, okay? Do that. Don't run away. Okay. Good dad, boy. All right, my fault. We're back. Go outside.
That's funny research.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Everybody know what I'm talking about. Planned Parenthoods. Knock it off.
Right.
All right, so his comeback. Okay, now we heard this dude argue abortion clinics. All this time we researched. I got my numbers. He got his false numbers. And when I pointed out, hey, was he arguing for abortion clinics or Planned Parenthood clinics? His response was, everybody know what I'm talking about, Planned Parenthood. That dude is not on my level at all. You're saying the wrong facility the entire debate. You get called out on it, and you're saying everybody knew your position. Even dude Hancock, the moderator wasn't even sure. How are you able to do that in a debate? Take the L and say, hey, that's not what I meant the whole time I was debating. What I really meant was this. Listen to this guy.
That's funny research.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Everybody know what I'm talking about. Planned Parenthoods. Knock it off.
Right.
Everybody know. He's debating. He's saying abortion clinics, but everybody knows he meant to say Planned Parenthood facilities. That is wild.
From what I've heard, Focus have always.
So did he say abortion clinics Or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching?
And why?
Well,
what you mean? Well, just answer the question. You're the moderator. Yes or no? So he knows that Focus messed up, or he got caught lying. So he's sort of the moderator is covering for him. So I'm debating two people now.
From what I've heard, Focus have always said his point has always been about Margaret Sanger.
I'm talking. Yeah, but forget about what he said.
Earlier he said
Yeah,
abortion.
come on, Hash. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, come on, stop, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but,
you know
but
he said. He said
again,
abortion clinic. That's why you research.
That's fine.
Yeah, but again. So we're gonna just ignore the fact that he was misrepresenting his art. Well, we're gonna ignore the fact that he decided to switch up his argument when the L is being handed. And you hear No Ma'am, her name is No Ma'am. She got to cut in and say, no, what are we doing here? The dude, and she said, look what she said. He's been saying abortion clinics. I said, yeah, get the F out of here, Hancock. Like, why y'all? So y'all want me to lose that bad that you'll lie so I can lose?
I'm talking. Yeah, but forget about what he said.
Earlier he said
yeah,
abortion.
Come on, Hash. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
You heard No Ma'am. She said earlier he said abortion clinics.
Come on, stop, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but,
you know
but again,
abortion clinic. That's why you research.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Everybody know what I'm talking about. Planned Parenthoods. Knock it off.
Right, but
now we got to read the nigga mind.
I've been talking about Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood.
Hey, yo,
and her.
504 said definition of loud and wrong. Yo, you listen. That was probably the one. Yeah, he's probably one of the worst debaters I ever debated. Like him and IBM is like a tug of war. Who's worse? He just debated one thing, took the L and said, okay, well, I was saying abortion clinics the whole time, but everybody knew what I actually meant. Planned Parenthood. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine me arguing like, what's the fastest car on earth? And I'm arguing for a Corvette, right? And somebody might be arguing for something faster, huh? Okay, somebody's arguing for something faster, and then they prove that the car they're arguing for is faster, and then I hold the L, but I'm gonna come back and say, you all know I meant a Bugatti. Like what?
Enacting a plan to put all of these facilities in the Black community. I've been talking about it the whole time. So don't stop. So spare me with all of the earlier today he said, like, knock it off.
But no, Focus. But I would argue, since you say Planned Parenthood so frequently, it would be kind of weird for you to say abortion clinics today and not do so intentionally. So to now backtrack and say, well, I say Planned Parenthood all the time.
No. When I say abortion facilities, I'm talking about Planned Parenthoods. Everybody knows that.
This dude said, when I say abortion facilities, bro, you didn't say abortion facility. Well, you did, but you said more specifically, you said abortion clinics. A clinic is a real building that physicians work in on people. You said abortion clinic, my boy. That means something in English. When you say abortion clinic, that points to a particular service, a particular industry. Okay? You can't just say, when I say abortion clinics, that's like me. When I argue for Corvettes being the fastest car on earth, when I say Corvettes, I really mean Bugattis, but I'm just going to say Corvette because it sounds cooler. Corvette sounds cooler than Bugatti. That's pretty much what he's doing. Yeah, I know abortion clinics are different and the stats don't line up with abortion clinics, but everybody knows, including the guy I'm debating, you all know I was talking about Planned Parenthood facilities. Believe me, if I had a hunch that he was speaking about Planned Parenthood facilities, y'all know me by now, I would have corrected him. Like, bro, don't you mean Planned Parenthood? I would have corrected him. Or I would have been caught on to it. I'm wondering why his stats are not. No, don't give Dash that. Yeah, don't get you go outside. Go outside. Go outside. Get it. Go outside. Get it. Okay. Thank you, the dog eater.
Argument has been consistent. Don't switch it.
Do so intentionally.
So he's telling us not to switch his argument when he already did. He's like, dude, how can we do something you already did? You switched your argument from abortion clinics to Planned Parenthood. We're just holding you to abortion. We're not switching your argument. We're holding to your original argument. You are switching your argument. Changed up so please, but he's a black nationalist. Didn't Baba James Smalls do the same thing? FBA, that's slop. Don't ever call me that. Tariq pull up. Yeah, man, I'm FBA and Pan-Africanist. I'm both. Like, what? Yeah, but these black nationalists, man, complete liars. They have no integrity, no shame.
So to now backtrack and say, Planned Parenthood all the time.
No. What has been consistent? Don't switch it.
All right, so now no man is trying to hold him to his original argument. He's telling her, no. This is wild. And now where did Hancock go? Hancock is back in the midst.
Everybody knows that my argument has been consistent. Don't switch it.
Do so intentionally. So to now backtrack and say, Planned Parenthood all the time.
No. When I say abortion,
yeah, I'm gonna go back and this is a 15-minute video, and it shouldn't have been. This should have been like a 5-7 minute video. I'm gonna go back and shorten it because I did all like the slow mo reactions. I don't gotta do that, so I'm gonna do this video over and take the slow mo reactions out so it could be faster than when it should have been.
No. When I say abortion facilities, I'm talking about Planned Parenthoods. Say
do someone
with all of the earlier today he said, like, knock it off.
Plan kind of weirdly. So to now backtrack and say, Planned Parenthood all the time.
No. When I say abortion facilities, I'm talking about Planned Parenthoods. Everybody knows that my argument has been consistent.
Yeah, he switched up and said it was consistent.
My boy, did you say?
You can't make this stuff up. My man said my argument been consistent when he clearly said abortion clinic and then Planned Parenthood. How is that consistent? Again, I'm telling you, man, I will never publicly do something like that. Once you got me, I'm like, okay, I made a mistake. I meant to say, I will never. But again, he just cannot hold. He can't just say, "Oh, dang, yeah, I'm wilding." All that time I'm arguing for abortion clinics. I meant to say Planned Parenthood. I got distracted. Something like that. Hold yourself accountable. This dude, y'all can see when he comes over here, no accountability. He's always a victim. He blames everybody else, and he cannot hold the L even when he's clearly wrong, like what I just showed you guys. Not on my level at all. It looks easier when you're watching from the chat. Once you hop on here and start running your damn mouth, it goes left for you.
Abortion clinics.
Okay. So now, let's get to the Saint argument for pro-life. So you got this older man calling up the Saint like a groupie, asking a man probably half his age, what's his opinion on? Look at this. And he's going to be like a cheerleader. But she got no pushback at all? Because he about to say some wild things. Even he recognized he said some wild things. And he gave him no pushback.
So I wanted to ask you, we're basically, like they used to say, we're tore up from the floor up. The Black community is.
Right.
If you were elected president of Black people in 2020, 2026, what are the first 5 dictates or laws you would create to help the Black community in America?
Okay,
Brilliant
so
question.
before he goes, let me just show you something. Where like you can see certain markers that'll let you know exactly who they are. Well, I can like certain things stand out. I can know exactly.
I want to talk about how to be a hard man.
It's right here. He says, I teach relationships. And he has videos like this. 90% of women are perverts, but not really that one. I want to get to one where I seen one that stood out. Okay. Why women need to be disciplined. She doesn't want your love. Something like that stands out. It was a different topic that stood out. How to treat different types of women. Maybe not that one. It was one woman's topic that stood out that let me know, okay, and I'm not saying he's wrong on his advice about women. I'm saying his advice was so hard that I knew that he would take the red pill, Black conservative approach on everything else. So it doesn't surprise me that he talks like this.
If we're talking about the foundational Black Americans,
correct.
Number one, the first thing
I am a descendant of slaves. My family is from the South in America. So
understood. Yes, sir. So the first thing we'd have to address is culture. It's hard to legislate for culture, but there's a couple of things that can be done. Number one, the promise.
Hold on. Let me share from my iPad because I'm gonna watch my son outside with the dog. The whole time I've been sharing. See, when I share like this, I can share the ProChoice, ProLife thing over there. But once I share from my iPad, that option is out. But I want to be able to look outside. So let me share from my iPad. Give me a second. There we go. Now I can pause it at will now on the iPad. Now I can walk outside. I can make my turkey burgers and whatever else I need to do.
Like they used to say, we're tore up from the floor up. The Black community is.
Right.
If you were elected president of Black people in 2026, what are the first 5 dictates or laws you would create to help the Black community?
What you do? You went outside, get your shoes on. You go outside, get your shoes. So he said the first 5 things you would dictate. Look at the first one. It's wild.
In America, you were elected president of Black people in 2026, what are the first 5 dictates or laws you would create to help the Black community in America?
Brilliant question. So if we're talking about the foundational Black Americans,
correct.
Number one, the first thing
I am a descendant of slaves. My family is from the South in America. So
understood. Yes, sir. So the first thing we'd have to address is culture. It's hard to legislate for culture, but there's a couple of things that can be done. Number one, the promiscuity of the Black female needs to be addressed. And I'll build on that in a second. And this is not to say that the Black man is in repair or not a pervert himself. So the promiscuity needs to be addressed. And for that, it'd be done in a couple ways. Number one, I would remove all contraceptive. And this might sound counterintuitive. You're like, they're promiscuous, but you're removing contraceptive. Yes.
Okay, so this is definitely a Black conservative extremist perspective. Ban contraceptives. Now, this idea began with the Catholic Church. Okay, they're against all forms of birth control, even condoms and everything else. The Catholic Church says, because again, it's a religious ideology they believe in, that they hold fast to. So they believe sex is only used for kids, right? They believe in that primitive thought. Sex is only used for kids, so don't have sex if you don't plan on having kids. So he's borrowing that mindset either knowingly or unknowingly, but it's still a mindset that stems from the Catholic Church, and which is ironic because he speaks against religion a lot on his channel. Down. Go. There you go. Drop it. Go. There you go. Shit. Okay, all right. Wow. Now, the older Black man should be like, what? So, what about STDs?
Because Black females abort more Black children than they birth. So that's why our population is stagnating and or declining, even though this is underreported. And for any nation to be powerful, you need numbers. So that's why I would remove all not to say that the Black man is in repair or not a pervert himself. Okay. So the promiscuity needs to be addressed. And for that, it'd be done in a couple ways. Number one, I would remove all contraceptive. And this might sound counterintuitive. You're like, they're promiscuous, but you're removing contraceptive. Yes, because Black females abort more Black children than they birth. So,
all right, the language. You hear the language? He said they abort. He's calling the abortion a child. So it's the language you got to watch. So again, remember, it's the shocking moment. They're trying to add a shock value to it. So he said they abort children. So he's calling what's being aborted a child. So now when we say, on my side, we say, hey, can you prove scientifically that that was a child that was aborted? He couldn't do it scientifically. So this is just his opinion, or it's based off some type of religious book. But scientifically, he cannot prove at all that what was aborted was a child. So they got to use these languages, these terms to make themselves be right. It's like, dude, you'll be right if that thing was actually a child. Chop it. Okay. So he called it a child. That's the first mistake.
I would remove all contraceptive. And this might sound counterintuitive. You're like, they're promiscuous, but you're removing contraceptive. Yes, because Black females abort more Black children than they birth. So that's why our population is stagnating and or declining, even though this is underreported. And for any nation to be powerful, you need numbers. This has always been known. It's common sense. This is why.
All right, so that's another false premises. Numbers. So this is this other Black nationalist point of view, is that, yo, we need to outnumber whites and then we could take over and defeat them. No. The worst thing you want to do is have a bunch of kids while you're impoverished. Okay, living in poverty. You don't want to have a bunch of kids. This is keeping you in poverty. Kids cost money. Okay, and when you already don't have any money as a people, the last thing you want is a bunch of financial burdens. Okay. So most first world countries, they don't birth a lot of kids. So when you hear white folks' birth is low, you guys don't know what that means. It ain't what you think it means. That I hear people mistakenly recite and repeat and regurgitate. It doesn't mean what you think it means. When they say the white birth rate is low, it's low because they made it low. Like, white folks made it low. Like, nothing is stopping them from having a bunch of kids other than Go outside. Go outside. Go. Go. Yeah, so they can have a bunch of kids. They just don't. White women focus on their career. They get themselves in order first. Their careers, their jobs, and then they go look for a good man, right? And then they have kids. But they can have kids at 16, 15, like everybody else. No, go outside. Go outside. Go outside. Go outside. Go outside. Get out. Gotta make some noise. Go. Go play with him outside. Go. Go outside. Okay, so they can actually have to get outside. Go. Take it that way. Throw it. Yeah. So anyway, back to the numbers thing. So we believe in order to beat white supremacy, we got to have a whole bunch of numbers. That's a lie. Because then you guys would talk about the 1% that pretty much runs the country or the world. How come they're not larger numbers? So like it kind of like so these arguments kind of fall on their head when you start to show the people who are actually running things, they're a small percentage of the populace. So they're outnumbered severely, but they're on top. So it's not about the numbers, as you can see. There's more to that. You need the brains. You need the education. You need brains and education. So instead of these guys, these black masters, focusing on numbers, they should focus on being trained and educated as their go-to. Okay, so instead of focusing on limiting or banning contraceptives, you need to start highly enforcing education. Because that's something I would have dictated. I wouldn't worry about no damn birth control. I would worry about education control. Education is the reason why we're where we at. White folks didn't try to stop us from having kids during Jim Crow. They stopped us from gaining wealth and being educated, home ownership. Those are the things we need. It wasn't about a bunch of kids. You could have 10 kids, but guess what? You won't have generational wealth with that many kids because kids cost money. So again, it says two things wrong. Contraceptives, he banning them, Catholic idea. And we need to have more black folks. You'll be broke forever. Okay, that's why I work in housing. All these people in housing got these low income homes, have a bunch of kids.
The Chinese have had such.
And as a result, they are, so now he's naming people with a bunch of kids, but they're not in a democracy. They're not in a capitalist society like ours, bro. Go find people with a bunch of kids that live in our system and show us how prosperous they are. Stop mentioning communist countries and things that don't operate the way we do. They got dictators. We got presidents. We got governors and mayors. And so no, bro, I hate these false equivalencies. No, show us a system set up like ours and they have a bunch of kids and they're thriving.
Success, force of numbers. This is why the Indians are having great success, not because they're smart, it's because there's enough of them that the smart ones can get out and do their thing.
Now that was dumb because India is poor as crap. All those people, that does not, no, they're practicing birth control voluntarily because they realize that the more kids you have, the more likely they're not gonna get out of their poor, dire situations. No, dude, they're not having 10 kids.
So number one is we would remove all contraceptive, which would also, it would disempower females from living like men.
Okay, so now this is all his opinions. None of this stuff is tested. So this is what Focus does as well, right? They say, now they dictate these crazy laws, right? But then they'll be just dictatorship somehow. It's like, dude, you're going to force things on American public because you think it'll bring about this result. So you're going to force it. So it's not up for voting, debate. You're just going to force it on the American public, and you believe it's going to work. Why? Is this a tested theory? Is this peer reviewed? No, it's just a belief that stems from a religious belief. So it's personal. It has nothing to do with the greater good of the American public. Like, you're going to treat the American public as a lab rat. Okay, have all these kids, and then because we're going to teach you, have all these kids, and we're going to teach you that this doesn't work. Okay, now they got a bunch of kids that's not working, but look at the state of America now. It's poor. So now we need more government assistance to take care of these kids. And keep in mind, all these kids, okay, go get it. All these kids, most likely the dad, I mean, I'm sure if the dad was going to leave, if he had any incentive, it would be all the kids.
And trying to be indiscriminate and not viewing their body as a vessel for family. So one.
All right, so these ideas are, like I said, these are radical ideas that I see a lot of black men spew and act like they believe it. No, go outside. Don't shake it. Go outside. Go. Yeah, they spew and act like it makes the most sense in the world, and they have this picture painted in their hair how it's a proven concept. Totally unproven, totally retarded. Nobody really would. Well, you see the results. So he's trying to pick and choose. China is poor. Like, their people are overpopulated. Look at Africa. Dude got 10 kids, poor as dirt. And that's why the most successful Africans over there and the ones who are getting modernized, they practice birth control.
We would do that. Contraceptive is gone. So now we're going to increase the birth rate of Black children. We're also thereby going to force Black women into being more selective with those who would procreate with them.
No, you're not forcing them to do nothing, bro. Okay? Because in Africa, since you want to use countries as an example, bro, Africa, they're not forcing Black women to do nothing. They are having all these kids and they're in perpetual poverty. Everything he's saying, don't worry, I'm a do chat GPT in the background. Everything he's saying makes no sense, and there's no evidence at all and there's no way you could point in the world where this actually worked. It's just how you want to destroy your nation.
Secondly, we would remove all social benefits, welfare, food stamps, section.
Oh, you see where we're going now? So you're going to let white people do what they've always been doing, is taking advantage of government assistance while you deny Black people. And by denying us government assistance, what do? You keep us perpetually in a state of poverty, no home ownership, and no financial empowerment. We just read the history. So again, when people talk like this, they don't really have a good grasp of Black FBA, Black American FBA ADOS history in this country. They don't understand that. So he's believing the right-wing extremists hype about how we're the welfare queens and welfare makes you lazy. Meanwhile, they have welfare their entire existence and they're not seen as lazy, even though they're lazy, but they're seen as rich and smart.
And all of these things.
Completely?
Completely, 100%.
Now, this Black OG is completely? Like, bro, you know it sounds dumb. Why don't you just challenge him? Yes. Put in there. Okay, one more, no more. Go in the grass for him. Hey, go in the grass. Go. Go in the grass. Go. Go. Go in the grass. Oh, okay. Thank you, sis. What is this? Pro-life. Okay.
Which would thereby force people to be even more rational. It might take a generation or two for people to get the message, but eventually people will make rational decisions and they'll be.
Okay, I don't know where to get this from. So what happens if it doesn't work? What happens if people just keep having sex and they just keep having babies and now they have no government assistance? How? And these are the questions I gave Focus that he couldn't focus on because they just make these crazy plans and solutions without any pushback, without any of it going left. So you ask them, okay, so now she didn't learn. You're saying that last time me and Focus talked about this, I said you're saying that banning abortion and birth control, you're saying the same thing he's saying. And where are they getting this from? Because they all say it identically the same. Like my talking points be maybe heard there and there, here and there, but I put my own twist to it. Right? How are they saying the same thing identically? You got Focus and the same. So saying the same thing identically. So for me, I'm like, damn. So either the Saint watches DJ Focus podcast or DJ Focus watch the Saint podcast, or they both watch Candace Owens or somebody else, some weird black extremist. And they're both influenced by that person the same. Okay. So I asked Focus and I asked Saint the same thing. Okay, so what if this black woman did not do the actions you thought she would do? What if she said, you know what? No abortions, no birth control. I just like sex. I just like sex. So as a result, she's pushing out like what I've seen in real life. So she got 6 kids, but she's younger. Let's say 6 kids and 20, not the same age. What if she's got 6 kids, she's 30? So that means that she could still have more kids in 3, 4, 5 years. She got 6 kids and she loved having sex. Yeah, I met a woman, 6 kids, 30 years old, and about 5 of them had different baby daddies. Okay, so the Saint, what if you have a woman like that and you're still the governor, the president, whatever you are, bro, and she's asking for help? What do you say to her? Tough luck? So what happens to her 6 children? Because she can't afford childcare. See, they don't think about all these things. They just talk and rant and ramble and babble. Okay, so what happens if she's just one of many. There's many, many black women and white women and Spanish women in this country who has several baby daddies and several kids. So this ain't just a black thing, but since the question which is about black people, FBAs, this is the norm. Okay, just watch Kendra G show. How many women on there will tell you they got 4 different baby daddies, 4 kids, 5 kids, all these baby daddies. That happens on a regular on Kendra G show, on a regular. And that's just there. But what about what I know? What about what you know? What about what he knows? So we know together over 100 women that's going to need help. And you're saying what to them? Because they got kids. Are you saying tough luck, starve and die, or the kids would just be criminals in high school, school, not just high school, but school dropouts? So what are we doing now? So he mentioned China and India, and guess what? With those policies, we will have a China and India over here in America. It's just stupid and not well thought out.
More inclined to be intelligently hypergamous, not pick the bad boy, not pick the imbecile or the jailbird. Thirdly, I would reform education with a hyper focus in primary education, and I would also give early childhood education, which is to say before first grade and kindergarten. And we would hyper focus on language standards, which is to say everyone will speak the Queen's English at a high level because English still is the language of business the world over.
So again, you're going to force, this is wild. Now, a guy who hates religion is going to force things on folks like religion. So you're going to, everybody ain't bright. What about the people who don't want to go to college? Because everybody's not a mathematician or into technology? What if the person wants, or software stuff, software engineer, and what if the person just want to build houses? So what education do you focus on? What if you want to be a boxer? What if he's very talented? He wants to be, use his hand, or a track runner. Then what? Again, these are thoughts and ideas that are just not well thought out. It just sounds cool because nobody challenged you.
And then secondly, I would really emphasize mathematics, science, and engineering early on, all the way through. I would give no education in arts, no education in music, no education in any of the fluffy things. We would, however, have education in history, minimal speaking on enslavement, maximum on speaking of the accomplishments of Blacks, inventors, and true history. Enslavement was a blink of the eye in the long history of the Black.
Okay, yeah, so you don't know about slavery. All right, so you're talking about the achievements from Blacks, but remember, they were taken from us. So when Black children look around to see where achievements are at, like what society is benefiting, what Black society is benefiting from these achievements, and they see nowhere, how do you explain the missing achievements? How do you explain the Black societies that don't reflect the achievements that we have accomplished? You got to talk about slavery.
Black man who has the longest history on earth. So we track that history all the way back to the continent, understand all of the movements of Black peoples on the continent of Africa. That'll be the truest way to connect the diaspora. So there's a couple points. So number one, remove contraceptive, remove all social welfare programs, invest heavily in early childhood education, reforming primary school to hyper focus on English, mathematics, and science, completely remove all of the arts and all of the fluffy nonsense. Thirdly, with regards to law, and this would be more of a cultural movement, there would be tremendous investment in information against alcoholism, all forms of intoxicants, which destroy our people greatly. When you and I were young, they had something called the DARE program, and it showed your brain on drugs. It would say marijuana was a gateway drug. All of that needs to be brought back, and there need to be actual punishment for certain things, which would be outlawed in our society. Things that are detrimental, soda, cigarettes, things like that.
So he really fantasized this fantasy president thing, because he's like, either they script this or he really just fantasized being a president or a governor of the United States, because he is well versed in what he would do. But I have no problem with banning cigarettes and unhealthy things. Like, whatever. That's okay with me.
And then the last piece is that there would be universal health requirements, which would be necessary for you to get health care, which is to say that we have free health care if you meet our basic standards in health, namely around being able to run 2 miles within a certain amount of time, depending on your age, being able to do 30 burpees in a specific style within a certain amount of time, depending on your age, etc. From that base, I think that the nation would rise up relatively quickly, and there would be quite serious punishment. We would also have enslavement as well. I'd like to note that one, which is to say that, yeah, I know that sounds crazy. So those who can't hack it, those who can't hack it or won't hack it within the society will be incarcerated, and they will be doing hard labor.
Oh, you mean like the 14th Amendment?
I don't want to get into that because that's quite meaning within the context of what I'm doing, in as much as that is, there's a lot there. Okay. And that was strategic, and it was aimed at basically re-enslaving a population. Yeah. Whereas this is not.
No, it is. If you're punching people in slavery because of a crime, right? So that means that they're doing something in slavery. They're working for free or little to nothing, but something is being created based upon their free labor. So what institution, what business doesn't enjoy free labor? So if a business is benefiting from this free labor, you're incentivizing them to want to pass more strict and harsher laws out there to lock more people up so they can get the criminals to build their company rather than paying salaries to the American public or the FBA public. Again, crazy.
On race, whereas this is based on merit, which is to say that there's some persons.
Okay, so we're all robots. We're all just going to love each other and no, I'm only going to enslave you because you broke the law. I'm not going to take advantage of you in my company working for free. Stop.
Who are good for nothing. And because they are lazy, they are intellectually incompetent, and they are miscreants and really just troublemakers, criminally inclined. There are some who engage in crime because it may be their best option, or they may not have business training or whatever. Then there's others that are just criminals. You know, they're no good persons, and they will be used for their labor, and that labor will be used to prepare crops and what have you.
Okay, you see, so now it turns out that okay, so the way I took that is that you're banning contraceptives to increase the number of these degenerates in society so you can enslave them to help build institutions and companies for free. Because abortions will limit the number of these degenerates. But because you ban contraceptives, that means all degenerates lives matters. Degenerate lives matters. Degenerates lives matters when you ban contraceptives. Criminal lives matter. Felons lives matters. There's no filtering system now. You dig? So yeah, man, it's wild and it's not well thought out, and definitely not well thought out with pushback.
For export to feed the nation, those persons who actually want to get on in society, those persons who are completely problematic will be executed. And if you've ever been to a place like UAE, you don't find any homeless people in the United Arab Emirates. You don't find them in Saudi Arabia. So we will be highly productive and extraordinarily clean society, and it can be done within 2 generations. And I'm talking about a society that will outperform any society you put it up against, whether it's a Singapore, it's a North.
And guess what? The Arab nations do the same thing. The Arab nations who enforce Sharia law do the same thing. We'll cut off your hands if you steal. We'll cut off your genitals if you are APE. And they still steal, and they still are APE. That all just sounds good, my boy.
Country, or you name it.
Okay. My final question: what are your opinions on dual citizenship? Like African Americans getting a visa and a passport in different African countries. I have dual citizenship in Nigeria and South Africa. So I have triple citizenship. What's your opinion on African Americans moving back to the continent?
So for those that are economically empowered and very savvy, I think it's a great idea. I highly recommend it. In fact, I'd like to talk to you and figure out how you've done it, if that is the fact, because it's not easy. And it's something that I've certainly tried to do. And I am certain that most African nations that claim that they would like to give Black American citizenship are not sincere in that. And I know because I've tried, and I put a team on it. Most people don't have a team to hire to pursue it. I've put a team on it and still couldn't get it done. But long story short, we have to remember that there are classes to all things. There's a hierarchy, and for an everyday person of any race or nation, they're provincial. They know that which is in their community, and really expanding outside of that would not be a good use of their time. If you're a truck driver in the United States, that's how you earn your money. You really don't have any true necessity to get dual citizenship. However, if you're a higher level business person, if you're a political activist, you'd be wise to get dual citizenship. So I highly recommend it for those who are toward the top of the Black triangle, which most are not. And so that's not something that I would recommend widely, but I have been pursuing that.
Okay, awesome. I don't mind talking to you about it. What I did is it's called a retirement visa. And that's what I have in South Africa. There's certain requirements that you have to meet. You have to have a certain income percentage, and you have to have a certain amount of money in the bank. You have to be over a certain age. I met all the requirements to retire in South Africa. And what I have is what's called a retirement visa. So, and I also have family members that are Nigerian, My grandfather was Nigerian, so that's how I was able to get citizenship in Nigeria, and also, of course, America. I'm in America right now. So
okay. And for those of you watching, that's really priceless information that he shared with you. So I hope that you all take that to heart. I thank you for sharing that. That's love right there. Now, obviously, I don't qualify for the retirement visa, and I don't have family in Nigeria, which is probably why my road has been a touch harder. But that's great information. And for those who do qualify, I highly recommend that they use that good information. So thank you for sharing that.
Not a problem, brother. Peace and blessings.
Thank you. Peace of the saints.
Peace.
I was listening to some of the points you made regarding I guess the moderator asked regarding if you were president or in control of quote unquote the people that people classify as African and or black, what would be your solution to unifying such people? I noticed when the points that you outlined, you didn't say anything about defense and or security.
That's a very good point. And that's because within 5 points, that is not the immediate explicit, but a part of every man's training. This is imperative. And what you'll observe, especially if you're familiar with this thing of ours, is that defense and militance is core to the training that we currently have for the men within the Assassin. But I agree with you. I think it's critically important.
Yes, because if you acquire all those things, you build a type of society and a type of people that have that those core values and will assimilate into that society. Still, there's outside entities, there's outside continent, people with different values, different theologies and systems. And if they feel that your system or your model of society is imposing and or threatening just based on the fact that it is unified in a core value system, then if you can't protect that and defend against those that will wish that society to be undermined and infiltrated, then all that work will be for naught if you do not have some type of defense system or defense training, or if you don't have soldiers, assassins, if you will. I'm a veteran, a 6-year veteran of the Army, so I'm not going to get out into all of that. Okay, then so based on that, one question I wanted to ask: the fact that I think you call yourself as your saint.
The saint and the sinner.
Saint and sinner. Do you subscribe to any religion, whether it be Christianity, Judeo-Christianity, Orthodox, Gnostic, Islam, Buddhism?
One, I don't think Judeo-Christianity makes sense. It's a contradiction in terms, but there are pieces of wisdom in all of the major monotheistic practices, and so I will take from all of them, but I would not identify under any one of those terms.
I knew you identified with some aspect.
And I don't teach religion. I'm not one who teaches religion.
Okay. Now I don't subscribe to any particular religion. I'm a free thinker, critical thinker, and I don't need a particular belief system. I believe that I come into this existence as a sentient being with those qualities as I've developed as a human being to be able to understand my environment, my status, and the environment which I reside in. Another question I'm going to pose is that do you agree or disagree that racism, white supremacy does exist as a construct within the world, but in particular in America, as it relates to the major 9 areas: economic, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law?
So we're diving into Neely Fuller's work, which is really good work and hasn't been propagated enough. No, shout out to him.
Yeah.
I think he's now deceased, right? He recently passed away.
Yeah, he's deceased. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So there's no doubt that there are that's factual, and the best thing about Mr. Fuller's work is that it wasn't about reacting emotionally, but rather reacting strategically. And he put out an compensatory code that empowers people to operate on a chessboard. And so I think that that's very important. The challenge with the Black peoples is that they would wallow and complain rather than accepting and reacting appropriately. So I think that we're agreeing there.
Yes, because when I hear, I've been on different panels, and when I ask that question, I also follow up with, is there such thing as any other form of racism by any racial classification in existence in the known universe, which people are affected directly or indirectly?
Well, Amenhotep, what I think is not talked about enough when the topic of, say, white supremacy comes up is not the white supremacy practiced by white people, but the white supremacy practiced by Black people. It's the most damaging.
Like yourself.
Right.
Well, the code states that. You will indirectly choose and take actions or act in a way that is diametrically opposed to you as a victim of racism, white supremacy, when you don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy. And that's the reason why the great Neely Fuller stated that the United Compensatory Code System is a textbook for thought, speech, and action for victims of racism, white supremacy. But the code is an independent code, meaning that you as an individual have the right to add to that code, modify that code, and expand that code based on the changes of the system that those people that classify themselves as white, even though they know they're not white, that they practice against all people that they classify as non-white.
Right. And, I'm going to have to bring on someone else. And I do want to acknowledge you for the folks who are watching. You've come on with great knowledge and perspective, and you're well read in the right things. And it's very rare that people come on and represent themselves well, and more importantly, have something of value to contribute to others. So I really appreciate that. And I also want to note that of all the scholars and the Black preachers and speakers that people have heard of, there's probably a majority of folks in the chat right now who hear the name Neely Fuller. They know not what his crowning text was. They know not what his ideas are. They may have heard them parroted or repeated incorrectly or without the fullness. And Neely Fuller, being as practical as he was and is, that's why people don't know his name, because he would actually have impact. His ideas are suppressed.
Yes, and also I met him 40 years ago. So he's one of my mentors, and I'm in my almost 68, and probably looking. I'm not sure, but I met the man, shook the man's hand, and sat down and had dialogue with the man, and it had a profound effect. Profound, because the logic of the compensatory code and the way that he expressed it in such a rudimentary way, or to where a child can even understand it. But what gets in the way is all that old stuff and all that old cultural or pseudo-cultural experience and exposure we had, to where we make the understanding and concept of his work more complicated than what it is.
I agree. I think the world is simple if we can remove our emotionalism, our biases, our psychological hangups. And I appreciate the fact that you reference having met him in real life, because so often a lot of the characters we deal with today, there's nothing real about them, and there's no chain connecting them to anything on the ground. So I appreciate that. Thank you for having been with us. I trust we will politic again in the future.
Okay, now, brother, be well.
You too. Peace to the saints. See, that's wisdom. I appreciate when mature gentlemen come on and they have what you expect people to have when they're advanced in age: knowledge, experience. So many people, time just gives them wrinkles. They didn't give them anything else. So that was a beautiful thing. But like attracts like.
When the Kalamazoo police were called out to a student apartment building on a